so receiving the trophy.
Gains on the fourth line.
£25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series as the second half of Champions Week gets underway. Yesterday, Graham Usher was the first player to confirm his place through to Champions Night, and he is one step closer towards lifting that trophy. Saturday night, he'll be playing for that and £25,000. Today, we have two sessions to see who is going to join him. This afternoon, it is all about Group C, where we have a former world finalist in Andy Hamilton, a former champion here in Scott Taylor, and a former WDF world champion in Shane McGuirk. The clock is ticking to see who is going to make it through to Champions Night.
This is ridiculous.
Really awkward looking number. Oh, this is interesting. The backwards 102. You bet it is.
Don. Double 12.
McKee should have a match start here, and it will be for tops. Richie McKee.
There might be a tour code over next year.
He wants to go for that.
He wanted to go for that as well, and that's wonderful from Jimmy to take a 3-1 lead.
It is the first double session day of Champions Week here in Series 11, and Group C may well be the best one that we have ever seen. Champions everywhere you look. Welcome along to the live lounge to our continuing coverage here on Pluto TV. Vincent van der Voort is with us once again on this Thursday afternoon to give us his thoughts on all the action throughout the course of Champions Week. And this Group C, Vincent, it looks very, very appetising, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, this is a great group. I mean, normally you see some players that you think are not that good. They will not get to finals night. But these are all 6 very good players. I would be really surprised if somebody wins all these matches.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket, because yesterday Graham Usher booked his place through to Champions Night. Group B we'll watch a little bit later on. John O'Shea, Adam Gavalas and Jeff Smith joining the party alongside Jurjen van der Velde and Derek Coulson. Group C we will see this afternoon Danny van Trijp, Andy Hamilton, Richard McKee, Jimmy van Schie, Scott Taylor and Shane McGuirk. But it was Graham Usher that won Group A yesterday afternoon. Level on points in the end with Jurjen van der Velde. He had a 4-point lead going into the final day. We thought it was going to be a comfortable win for him, but in the end, it was anything but.
Yeah, the nerves and the pressure got to him yesterday. It was his worst day. It was a bad day at the office. He was nowhere near his form what he had on Monday. So it's good for him to have 2 days off and try to get that feeling back from the Monday, because yeah, Monday he played well, but on the Wednesday he was really he was one of the worst players of the day. So for him, a good thing that he's in the final, that he doesn't have to play today and tomorrow, but a lot of work to do at home.
Couple of days off for him, but Jurjen van der Velde is going to be back for the night shift tonight and tomorrow. Looks like he's getting better as the week goes along.
Yeah, I think he played well all 3 days. He was never far off. But he never got mentioned as well until the last match that he could have won 4-0 and then win the group. But I think Jurjen is playing good. After that devastating loss in the Development Tour final last year, he bounced back and he showed that he's a very good player.
So he's going to be there alongside Derek Coulson. Now, Derek had that poor day on Tuesday, but credit goes where credit's due. He recovered very well yesterday, didn't he?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, he played very well on Monday. He was very solid. He was very good. And then Tuesday, he had a day off. He was just nowhere near what he was playing. But he regrouped himself, and he played well on Wednesday again. He showed why he's one of the favourites.
So we'll hear from Vincent a little bit later on in the build-up to today's action. But we can hear from our commentators today, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson. And it's been an intriguing week so far, hasn't it, Paul? Just your thoughts and observations on things so far.
I think Group A was very memorable for all of the right reasons, because after Monday, we all looked at each other, Vincent, Matt and myself, and we thought this might be over by Tuesday afternoon. It wasn't, because of what happened yesterday. Vincent is exactly right about Graham Usher. He was actually the worst player yesterday, only getting 2 points, and he didn't even win that many legs. So he will be breathing a massive sigh of relief. And everybody behind him, well, they're going to have their own little jolt of confidence from somewhere, because you look at someone like Scott Taylor, you look at McGuirk, he had the best performance of the entire group in his last match. So everybody has got something to play for over the next couple of days, and they've got confidence to play with.
Paul mentions about Schie McGuirk there, Matt. He has the lowest numbers in terms of average, but in terms of yesterday, he played a lot better. Monday, he didn't play so well. Are the stats a little bit of a lie when it comes to him?
Yeah, sometimes you've got to dig a little bit deeper to get the true story and the reflection of what we're seeing here. The average actually there, Schie McGuirk attached himself back to the pack again there with the 86 average. That was boosted by the good performance, the 106, really sort of boosting that back up again. But Schie McGuirk Monday, Tuesday was nowhere near the level we expect from Schie McGuirk. He was way down, was sort of picking up minimalistic points and didn't even look right within his throw. The throw wasn't working for him. He was hopping. He was getting frustrated. Yesterday, he got it right. He got it right. He attached himself back to the pack within the averages. And I think he's going to play well today. I think he's going to be a big, big danger in these groups.
In terms of today, gents, what do you expect to see in this Group C?
Yeah, I'm with Matt. I think McGuirk's going to pop today. I think the people coming from Group A, they will feel like they're strong enough to take out the new guys and maybe catch them a little bit cold. We did see a few nervy darts in the first round on Monday, and if the people who are a bit more warmed up can take advantage of that, they might get themselves a bit of a lead by the time we get to about round 3 or 4.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll hear from you in commentary throughout the course of the day. Vincent still alongside me. Looking ahead to this Group C, we'll talk about some of the runners and riders now. I want to begin by talking about Schie McGuirk. Matt was kind of mentioning there, Monday didn't quite go to plan, but do we almost now write it off after a couple of better days in Tuesday and Wednesday?
Yeah, of course. He played Tuesday a little bit better. Yesterday he was really good, especially at the back end of the day. But today it's a thin line, because he has to start all over again. He expects probably a lot more from himself. Yesterday he played without pressure, and today the pressure is back on. He wants himself in that finals night. So if he starts bad, how does he handle it? How is he grown as a player during this week? And it's very interesting to find out.
We're going to see Danny van Trijp back here. Last time he was here, hit a 9 darts in the final, had that 120 average, but the fact he's in Group C also shows he was a little bit inconsistent in the week that he won.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you had such a high average in the final, then the rest of the week you didn't play that well, or else you wouldn't be in Group C. But then he has a very good year. He's playing a lot of tournaments, and he's everywhere he comes, he plays well. So I expect a lot from him. He's going to play with a lot of confidence after last week, and yeah, let's find out what he's going to do.
Well, that was him lifting the trophy on Saturday night. And it feels like he's a better player, or he's becoming a better player since losing his tour card at the end of last year.
Yeah, a lot of players have that because you can play everything you want. The pressure is off that you look at that rankings, and you're looking at that losers you have during the year at the Pro Tours. You just can play wherever you want, and then you play more freely. And yeah, he seems happier without a tour card, but he will aim for a tour card next year, and he has to grow as a player and think about what he's done this year that worked, and put that into the Pro Tours.
Well, let's have a look at the odds then, and this is what the bookmakers think is going to happen today. Schie McGuirk goes off the 5-2 favourite. Any surprises in the betting for yourself, Vincent?
I can live with this list, definitely. Yeah. I understand that why the players are in the bottom, and I understand that Schie McGuirk is still the favorite because the back end of yesterday, he played really well. So he showed why he is the World Dutch Federation world champion.
Well, Vincent, thank you very much. 18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. Right, our first game sees Schie McGuirk and Danny van Trijp in action. The last time Danny was here, he hit a 9-darter in the final, 120 average. A record-breaking night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Which is the series record held by David Evans in the very first week. And if he carries on like this, we're going to be talking about record averages altogether. The 122.69 of Darrell Pilgrim.
We are watching something very, very special from someone who is becoming 44. A very, very special player.
There is no doubt in 2025, this man has got better. And this man is 6 into the 9, and we've never seen it on a Saturday night here before.
And he's believing. You can see in the reaction. Deep breath there 45. From Danny van Trijp.
Danny, you require 141.
Be the first player to do it on a Saturday. It's on.
Double 12. Danny van Trijp is the first ever player to hit a Saturday night 9-darter, and just listen to the frenzy. How about that? He's on the cusp of a record average here. He could be on the cusp of a record average in a broadcast match. 132.62 right now. Was here, and now he is playing for the big one. That trophy and the £25,000 that goes with it. He takes on Schie McGuirk, the reigning WDF World Champion, in the opening game of the session. Let's hand over to our commentary team, Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, it looks like Danny van Trijp was giving Vincent van der Voort the thumbs up there. He must be feeling good after having 4 days off from action, because the last time he was here, like Henry mentioned, it was Saturday night and he was making a little bit of history. The 9-darter, the highest average ever seen on a Saturday night, beating the Luke Littler record of 117 plus. But now it's back to business. Winning your first weekly title is one thing, but then getting the series title, that is big business. Big money, big trophy, big times ahead. He's got a big-time opponent in his first game in Schie McGuirk, who is the favourite for this group. A very warm welcome to Champions Week to Eddie Mason, our referee. Very experienced. And the man presiding over the stage has the best view in the house, alongside myself and Matthew Edgar.
55.
Yeah, I think Schie McGuirk being the favourite really does tell a story, doesn't it, in regards to what the odds compilers think is going to happen here in this group. Because after day one, after Monday,
119.
They gave up on Schie McGuirk, didn't they? They moved him out to 40-1 after the opening day's worth of play in Group A.
100.
Where today they've reinstalled him as favourite. He was second favourite before a dart was thrown at the beginning of this week, and they believe that what they saw yesterday from Schie McGuirk was the
55.
turning point, and now we're going to go and see the Schie McGuirk we saw yesterday. The guy hit an average of 106.
140.
Van Trijp looks in pretty good nick in this first leg of a double dose day, because we do have Group B action from 10 o'clock tonight live on Pluto TV as well.
29.
Very interesting. We were talking with Vincent van der Voort yesterday about whether Shane would persevere with the points that he put in the darts yesterday.
44.
They have reappeared. So obviously what he's found after changing the points multiple times this week is that these are the ones he wants to use for the rest of this
45.
Champions Week.
They're not quite landing where he wants them to, though, in the opening exchange of this one. And normally what we see in a Group C
90.
campaign is the players that drop in from Group A tend to hit the ground a little bit quicker than the fresher players coming in, where it is Danny van Trijp, who was starting the best until Schie McGuirk fires in the first 180 of the group.
Is this the first checkout of the group?
32. Shane requires
It isn't.
73.
Well done to Shane on leaving this 73. He was out of the leg until he hit the max.
33.
He does the same thing on
Danny
tops.
requires 40.
This game is
on the
never going to be
first
slow,
leg.
that's for
Danny
sure.
Van Trijp.
Preparation
Second leg,
for
Shane to throw first.
this week 13 spectacular. Danny not only won on Saturday night, but he took part in a local competition in Portsmouth last night, which he won.
100.
Beating Jimmy Van Schie in the final. So I'm sure the locals were very happy to see the Dutch international pairs team walk
45.
through the door.
Great bit of practice and preparation, isn't it? You can stand throwing on a board all you want, but getting out there and playing at whatever level is always going to be good for you.
100.
So great preparation there for Danny. And as you know, when you win something, it just gives you that boost. And all he knows right now is winning. Winning Saturday,
81.
winning Wednesday. But he's got to be in the top 2 here because this is it now, isn't it? There's no more chances. There's no more groups. We are looking for the last 5 players to move through to Saturday night.
Yeah, nice bounce back here from Shane.
95. Shane requires 161.
Could be one of those games where it might just need one break of throw. Going for it.
112.
Fancied a flashy finish. He's smiling about it now, but the only reason he'll be smiling in a
60.
second is if he takes
Shane
this leg away
requires 49.
without any trouble.
Well,
33.
insert some trouble here. Great scoring leg though for Shane McGuirk. Lots to go with here, but I think Shane McGuirk there was doing something you
60.
mentioned earlier in the week,
Shane
looking for the
requires
spark.
16.
This might have to go.
8.
McGuirk's already
Danny
scared of
requires
161.
160.
He's got to get this double soon.
45.
We saw
Shane
from
requires
Coulson a
8.
couple of days ago that if you have a bad first game on the doubles, it could
Game time, the
infect
second leg.
the rest of your day.
Shane
So well done,
McGuirk.
Shane. There's a conversation happening on the stage. Now,
Third leg,
when
Danny
won that
throw
first leg, he did walk away from the ball quite quickly with a displeased look on his face. Seems to be looking
85.
upwards. I'm not really sure what's going on here, Matt. We'll have to investigate that.
I am investigating it myself out of our little window here. And I can't see anything that's
180.
different to normal.
Well, if Danny has spoken
100.
to Shane on the stage and said that he's displeased with something, is this something that McGuirk can exploit?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be like, whatever he said, I'd be agreeing
81.
with him. Is that light bugging? Yeah, I don't like the way that's shining in my face.
Why am I getting
60.
Montgomery Burns vibes from you right now?
Excellent.
Thing is, Shane did not win a game on Monday.
96.
He had to wait until Tuesday to get his first victory. That kind of day can't happen again.
No, you don't get many lives, do you? I
96.
normally say you get
Shane
3.
requires
Once you get to 4, you're
144.
a bit hopeful. In this group, though, I think there may be a little bit more
41.
congestion. A little bit
Danny
more people
requires
beating each other, where
160.
it won't surprise me if someone goes through on 12.
45. Shane requires
He's
103.
definitely disgruntled about something. This is something that Shane could possibly exploit.
63. Danny requires
Still waiting for our first
115.
really clean take. It might be happening now. That wasn't part of the plan. Double 11. Just make sure.
93.
Didn't feel like he was going to hit that.
Shane requires 40.
Get the feeling Shane might hit this.
Game
There you
on
go,
the
it's
third
2-1.
leg.
That's the breakthrough
Shane
that he
McGuirk.
needed in this contest because he did not start in leg number 1.
Fourth leg, Shane to throw first.
We didn't see this from Danny last week, where he just doesn't seem to be within his zone right now, does he? He seems to be
96.
very alert, very aware, and very distracted. Only takes one good moment, though, just to pull you back into the game, but with the short format style,
137.
you don't have a lot of time to find it, especially when Shane McGuirk is now starting to go through the gears.
87.
He looks a lot more switched on. Monday morning he looked nervous. He's not looking nervous today.
60.
Uncharacteristically nervous as well for Shane McGuirk. We talked about him being not nervous at Lakeside or not showing any signs of that. He didn't even look nervous when he started
58.
making his debut here at the Super Series a few years ago. But there was just something, wasn't there, on Monday that just wasn't quite normal for Shane McGuirk. It wasn't the
46.
Shane McGuirk we used to seeing. This is, though.
That was a really
80.
difficult dart. With the way his darts fly, that was always going to be risky.
100.
Danny was thinking about leaving 118 there. Because if he'd taken that, for example, we're talking about a break back.
140.
See, now he needs to take
Danny
158
requires
out.
158.
It's on. And he gets the wrong ricochet off dart number 1.
126.
The leg is no longer in his hands.
Shane requires 40.
Trying to hit the marker.
20.
Couldn't get
Danny
the right
requires
bounce.
32.
When that first dart hit the wire, I was certain we was going
Game
to see the
shot on the
next one
fourth
go in.
leg.
Certainly with the third
Danny Van
dart, but
Trijp.
nope. Missed his opportunity. Danny Van Trijp steps in, and that breaker throw that Shane McGuirk's got, he will feel he's just handed
Fifth
it
leg,
straight back.
Danny to throw first.
There's a difference, isn't it, between losing something and getting beaten. Right now, Shane McGuirk will feel like he's lost something.
97.
But if there's one thing he's really strong at based on what he's done in the last 12 months, it's best of 5 scenarios. So being 2-2,
123.
it'll feel familiar. It's not a one-set format like it was at Lakeside where he triumphed. But if he can get
60.
back 3-2 up, he can then have 2 chances to win this match. And look what he's doing. Brilliant.
180.
180, number 3 from the WDF King.
Have you noticed something about Shane McGuirk? His whole demeanour is
140.
different today. Look how fast he's moving around the stage as well.
Absolutely.
Injecting pace, isn't he, into every single part of things, and that's just a sign of him
100.
feeling good.
I don't know about that last dart. I can understand what he was trying to do.
60.
Trying to get the
Shane
140 to be
requires
58.
98.
But now it's double 19. Just a bit
60.
defensive on those 2
Danny
shots.
requires 144.
I think that really flagged your point, though, as well, that wasn't it? The first one kicked up, blocked the 19s, he had to move across, and as he did so, just had a look at the scoreboard to see where
96.
Danny was, to see if
Shane
he could afford
requires
the setup play.
38.
Not even thinking about double 19 this time. Looks unsure.
24.
He looked unsure on all
Danny
darts at
requires
double
48.
at the end of this 5th leg.
32.
They are both missing.
Shane requires 14.
This is a gift. That one's jacked up as well. How does he hit this? Left-hand portion? Incredible
Game shot on
dart.
the fifth leg.
You might not see a better
Shane
dart than that
McGuirk.
all day today. And look at Van Trijp, that one hurt.
Six flags, Shane to throw first.
I think what we saw, though, that at the back end of that leg really did validate your point about that dart to leave the 98, because didn't really want to be on the 19s, did he, with that second dart? Then opted to switch and change the
123.
target. So, yeah, why not change it as part of the setup play? So then you don't have to be there. He ended up burning darts.
Absolutely.
60.
I know I'm not an advocate for going for 18s first on 118, but with 118 left with one dart, I actually don't mind
60.
going for 18s to trim it down to 100, or even getting to something like 64.
100.
Yeah, I think when you're sort of at this level and you're looking for those little percentages, that's where you can have little gains. I think the only time you're going to play that ton shot realistically is when you're playing in your local league and you're trying to win the
60.
tons trophy, and you don't want to go to 18s and not get the ton.
I've just been doing some digging, by the way, Matt, based on your comment from earlier in the game
59.
about 12 points. 12 points has never won Group C in Champions Week, but it has been good enough to get through on a few occasions.
180.
In fact, on 6 occasions, 12 points has been enough.
100.
So if you get to
Shane
12
requires
points, which is 6
78.
wins, out of 10, you stand a very good chance. Is this the first win for McGuirk?
66.
Wow. That one missed by a mile.
He's got a bit of time on his side, though, and that courtesy of the 4th maximum of the game from Shane McGuirk in this leg.
92.
It's probably a good thing
Shane
he missed double
requires
6 so
12.
wide to the right. At least he's coming back for 6s instead of 3s. That nearly bust the score.
Game.
Walk away
shot,
from that
and
game,
the
Shane,
match.
and
Shane
take those
McGuirk.
2 points and absolutely run away from the hockey. Danny Van Trijp not pleased with something after the first leg. And Shane McGuirk, even though he's got 2 points, he's not too happy. He's actually pulling stuff out of his pockets like a magician. And he has got the points at the start of Group C in Champions Week. Not a great performance, but it's all about the points. Next, we have Andy Hamilton up against Scott Taylor.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Shane McGuirk got his Group C campaign off to a winning start, getting the better of Danny van Trijp by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, Andy Hamilton through to a second Champions Week here at the Super Series, taking on Scott Taylor. This is game 2 of the session. I'm alongside Vincent van der Voort in commentary for this one to see how the former champion's going to get on in his secondary group of the week. Let's find out a little bit more about both players first. Hamilton through to a second Champions League, having done so in Series 9. He played in Group B on that occasion, was unable to make it through to Champions Night. The 58-year-old from Stoke-on-Trent, the World Championship finalist back in 2012, up against the champion from Series 6, Scott Taylor, the 33-year-old from Bolton. Yes, they didn't quite go to plan for him, Vincent, but you just get the sense that today he's in a new group, back on 0 points, something more to play for. We should see a better version of him today.
Yeah, exactly. I think so. I think after Tuesday he thought I'm not going to win this group, so I'm going to play Wednesday. I'm going to do my best, of course, but nothing
First leg,
overdo
Andy
it.
to throw
And
first.
today he knows it's a new group
Game on.
stage, and this is where he has to play his best darts.
Up against Andy Hamilton, who's had a decent last 6 months or so and qualified for 2 of the previous 3 Champions Weeks here. Now, Andy must be somebody you've come across a number of times in your career. What kind of opponent
93.
is Andy?
He's a very aggressive player. He's of course he's not the quickest, but he's also I thought he was
58.
entertaining to watch because he was so aggressive on the board and he shouts and he went for it all the time. He was very professional. He was always there on time and practicing and a very good competitor.
Still showing those signs.
140.
I suppose it's fair to say the twilight years of his career, heading towards the latter end of his 50s. I'm sure he's more than happy for me to bring that up. But it just goes to show, we've been talking about the Rising Stars week that we got next week, but you still got people like Andy that have still got this infectious love of the game so late on in their career.
Yeah, and a player like him is good to have your tournament also for the young players to play against, because people know him. He knows he's a former finalist of the World Championship.
And he requires
an amazing player,
128.
So to play against is also good. You can learn from players like that.
He's got plenty of time to take out this opening leg. But he only needs the 3, and his Champions Week has got off to a 10+ start, a 1-2-8 to win his first leg. The hammer is up and running.
Second leg, Scott to throw first.
So Scott Taylor knows exactly what he has to do now. He knows Andy is in a very good form.
77.
He's ready. It's now for him to make sure that he wins his own leg.
Because I suppose, as much as we said yesterday's a new day, a new possibilities, Scott Taylor loses 1 or 2 matches early on here. He can suddenly begin to feel that maybe his Champions League campaign could be coming to an end before it started.
Yeah, exactly. That is what you think as a player, because the last 2 days he knew he was far off to get the Group A win. So then you know, okay, new group. But if you start that group bad as well, it could be in your head that you're thinking, okay, it's not there this week. So it's important for him to get a few points on the board early on.
121.
His record at a Champions Week is superb, Scott Taylor. Yes, former champion in Series 6.
83.
But in each of his previous 3 appearances in Week 13 of a series, he's always made it through to the Saturday night. He's always made it through to Champions Night.
So that's the experience he has, and he has to use that. But in Andy Hamilton, you have a tough first opponent. You don't get your rhythm when you want to. He can be quick, he can be slow. And if you didn't find your reach straight
Andy
away,
requires
then
60.
you're having a hard time against him. And Andy's playing brilliant at the moment.
Well, one thing you'll see from Andy, he'll go low on the 20 on a 60 shot so he doesn't block the bed on tops. And if he found that would have been back-to-back 12 darters to have kicked this game off.
Yeah, the only thing he can do now is put pressure on.
94.
There's a little bit of pressure because he left
and
the
he
finish.
requires 20.
And he will fancy this.
Game shot on the second
and
leg.
take it and move 2-0
Andy
to the good.
Hamilton.
25 darts for the opening couple of legs. His average right now was exactly what Danny van Trijp averaged in that final on
Third
Saturday.
leg, Andy to throw
20.24.
first.
Yeah, you could not wish for a better start than that.
If you're Scott Taylor, you must be thinking, not again.
100.
Yeah, but to be fair, Scott is playing 77 average without throwing a dart a double. So you don't look at your opponent, then look at your own game and make sure you play better.
67.
I also get the sense that because no one's talking about Andy in terms of winning this, he could almost go under the radar a little bit the next couple of days.
Yeah, exactly. If the bookies, well, he was the lowest
95.
on the bookies list, so then people will not expect you to do well, and maybe that is handy for him. And he can play freely now, but that's also the different side is
97.
if you win a couple of matches, you will put pressure on yourself. You're a winner. He has won tournaments in the PDC. He's been in the top 10 of the world, so I don't think he will look at it as I got nothing to lose.
77.
You can see the first dart of Scott Taylor is every time
41.
near the treble. So he's struggling. He needs to find some kind of form soon now.
And he is one of them what we call first dart merchants. That first dart, if that hits the job, you expect 180s. But if the rhythm's just a little bit out of time, it could be a little bit scattergun. It could go
95.
anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. He's not someone who can adjust very good after a first bad dart. This dart again, it's so far off the treble, so you have to.
81.
Yeah,
Andy
you have to
requires
try something else, and then
134.
most of the time your shoulder comes in and everything, and then you hit a big one and you get frustrating.
Well, Andy Hamilton's just being allowed to
94.
run his own race, really, isn't he, at this present moment in time, averaging just a shade under 110, leaving himself on top to a 3-0 lead.
Where we fought, now we're going to
97.
see the best of Scott
Andy requires
Taylor.
40.
This is his worst match I've seen in this week.
Game shot on the third leg.
And Hamilton,
Andy Hamilton.
is just picking the pieces up. 3-0 to the good, and some start this for the former World Championship finalist.
Fourth leg, Scott to throw first.
What a start. 107 average. Your opponent is nowhere near his normal form.
100.
So he must feel great now.
And the other thing is everybody else in the practice room will be watching this, and so everybody else will be put on alert as to what he's doing right now.
Yeah, exactly. So that will change as well, because in the beginning of the day, you
100.
always think after play 5 players, who do you think you got the most chance against? What do you have to do against him or against him? And
82.
probably they thought Andy Hamilton is probably the weakest link, but he showed for now that he's definitely not.
It's been that first dart, hasn't it, more than anything, Vincent?
Yeah, and he's a great player. Then he can follow through easy. Then and his darts are very good in the board. He used them. Yeah, he plays better than I've seen him in a long time.
60.
As for Scott Taylor, you just get the sense he's just going to have to dust himself down. He takes on Richard McKee in his second game. That is in game number 6 of our schedule.
84.
And already you get the sense that that could well be a must-win game for him to have any kind of realistic ambition of making it through to Champions Night, because it feels like from here Andy Hamilton's going to get the job done, and he's going to get the job done quite convincingly.
139.
Yeah, but you don't want to lose 4-0, because that's also very bad for the legs. You have to get a couple of legs on the board. If you lose close. So this is a very important 120 finish for him.
137. Scott requires 120.
It's that first dart again.
That happens when you didn't find your reach yet, and then the best of 7 is such a short format.
80.
Well, Hamilton leads
And
himself
he
from tops
requires
after
40.
12 to complete a 4-0 victory. It's been dominant from first dart right until the
shot,
very
and
last.
the
A
match.
13-darter
Andy
wrapped it up.
Hamilton.
And in the end, an average of 109.31. Andy Hamilton has set a statement start to his Champions Week campaign. The former world finalist is up and running, and boy is he up and running. The 1-2-8 got it started. He wrapped it up for 13-darter. For Scott Taylor, work to do. Coming up after the break, Richard McKee takes on Jimmy Van Schie.
$54. Charlie McGuirk, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Schie wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require
I
20.
think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got it, the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Schie.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Schie!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Andy Hamilton has got his Champions Week campaign off to the perfect start. Average of 109.31 in a 4-0 dismantling of Scott Taylor in Game 2. Match 3 is a meeting between Jimmy Van Schie and Richard McKee, making his debut at a Champions Week. The 35-year-old from Banbridge in Northern Ireland. This could well be the week of his darting career. He said winning Week 10 was the highlights of his darting life so far. He could well surpass it come Saturday night. Up against him, a man who's been to the jackpot match here, Jimmy Van Schie. Runner-up in Series 8, losing out to Marvin van Velzen in terms of picking up the jackpot. He dropped into Group C right at the very end of Wednesday's playing. It was actually an opportunity for him to win Group A in the final round of fixtures, but it just did not go to plan for him. Derek Coulson snuck up and nicked his spot in the night session, so he's going to have to do it from Group C if he's going to make it through to another Champions Night. But for Richard McKee, what a story he is, Vincent. An ADC qualifier into a Champions Week and an opportunity to play in the biggest week of his darting life.
Yeah, exactly. What you say, if he's acknowledged that this is the biggest achievement in his darting career, that must feel great for him to play here. And he can play without pressure, and nobody expects him to go through. But he can show the world how good he is.
And it goes to show, I think, doesn't it, the strength in depth of the ADC, the fact that players like Richard have come through the system, not just come here being competitive, but also come here in 1 weeks as well.
Yeah, he's a great example there for everybody who have ambition. Go to the ADC tournaments where you can qualify for the Modus Super Series wherever you live in the world, and make and get off the mark and let people see how good you are.
135.
This could be the beginning of something really special.
Well, Jimmy Van Schie was in similar shoes around about 18 months ago, although, to be fair, bigger size shoes 18 months or so ago. And Richard's got off to a good start here, leaving 1-2-6 after 9. And Jimmy hasn't really got out the traps whatsoever in this opening leg.
96.
I think he miscounted there, leaving double 15. It's probably a little bit of nerves. He's playing, of course, in Champions Week, first
30.
leg. Or he just loves double 15. I don't know. I don't know him that well.
He wouldn't be the first player to love double 15, would he? He finds double 15 just about and leads 1-0.
Richard McKee.
We spoke a lot about the impact of the ADC in the UK. What kind of impact is the ADC making it back in the Netherlands, back home?
Well, we're doing a great job, I think, at the moment. We're getting bigger and bigger, and people need to know it better. And in England, it's further than in Europe, but we're doing a good job, and more people playing it. And we get, of course, the global championship where 18 players from Europe are going to play in. So, yeah, if I were an amateur, I would definitely go there. You don't have to pay a lot of money to travel the world. You can play in your local area, qualify and make a lot of money. So I think it's the future.
And it makes life easier than travelling across Europe week in, week out.
Exactly, that only costs money, and you can play from the pub. You can qualify through pub tournaments for a big tournament. If you do well in the big tournament, you can play in the global championship, and then you can play here. You qualify for the Modus Super Series.
140.
And, yeah, we all seen how many good players have been here and got a tool card and now top players in the world.
Man van Velzen came here as a qualifier. Struggled a little bit on his debut, but then he qualified again, and then won his week, and then won a Champions Week, and now a tool card holder, of course.
I think for Marvin it changed his life. He was always an okay player, but because of the Modus Super Series, he started believing in himself.
Richard requires
he
130.
could do great things, and the group phases make sure that you're not coming here for one game. You can play loads of matches, and yeah. He's becoming a very good dart player now.
Jimmy requires 74.
Sure, we will see plenty of him on the pro circuit over the years to come. Van Schie here looking at 74 to level up at 1 apiece. If not, McKee should have 2 more for a 2-0 lead and the break of throw.
54. Richard requires 42.
Chance to break the Van Schie throw. 2 parts of tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Very impressive start.
Richard McKee.
A really good average of 103.66 after a couple of legs. That a 14 darter.
Third leg, Richard.
These are key moments in the game. You break the throw, and now you have to hold your own to make it 3-0 and give your opponent something to think about. So this is very important that you're not sloppy. That you
80.
That you give him not an easy break back.
Well, if all the talk prior to the session beginning was all about the players that dropped out of Group A, it feels like come the end of this round of fixtures, it's going to be all about the talk of the players coming into Group C.
Yeah, you would expect that they have to settle down a little bit, but it is the other way around. The new players
96.
are just playing brilliant.
Just to confirm, what you saw there was a bit of chalk that Richard McKee has
60.
next to the...
Yeah, he uses that to get grip on his hands. He's using a very old school dart with the stem and flight.
45.
It's, nothing special. You don't see that very often anymore.
Just keep it very basic, keep it very simple. And it was interesting you mentioned grip because
57.
we were in the studio for the first game, Schie McGuirk against Danny van Trijp, and there was kind of a signal as the players were coming off stage that because of the heat here, that maybe there's just a little bit of a struggle in terms of getting grip on the darts.
44.
Yeah, grip on the darts is very important. If you feel they're slipping away, you intend to throw them harder. Your shoulder comes in, and you're not accurate anymore. So, but too much grip on your darts,
100.
then you hold them in longer, and you always pull them and they go underneath the treble. So, that's very thin line of what's a good dart for you and what's not. So that's why equipment is so important to get a good set
Jimmy
of darts.
requires
which suits you.
104.
Well, Jimmy looking at 104 to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. Manages to find a way through. Double 16. Puts him on the
shot on
board.
the third leg.
And he just felt he
Jimmy
needed
van
a spark.
Schie.
And that could be exactly that for Jimmy van Schie. Back to 2-1. And finally on the board.
Fourth leg.
This is what
Jimmy
I mean.
to
After
throw
15
first.
darts, he wasn't on a close by a shot a double. So it isn't. It's a little bit of an easy break back, and that's what
58.
you don't want.
Thought it will be a source of frustration. He's got that break back, and then he's got off to a troublous start, just opening up the door again for Richard McKee.
99.
He's got very short points, so his darts are very deep in the board, and there's not a lot of room. So I think he needs to switch a lot, the McGee guy.
100.
It's a bit like going back in time 20 years, isn't it, with the setup of Richard?
Yeah. Look how deep the dart is going in the board.
95.
That's not going to help him a lot. Only if the dart is perfect in the board. Look at Van Schie's dart; they're far out of the board. You can use them much easier.
85.
When they hit, they do hit with effect. Still very much a student of the game is Richard. Still very new to
95.
this sort of level. He's a chef by trade.
What does that mean?
So he does a lot of cooking. He works in kitchens for a living.
180.
So yeah, he knows he's going to get a shot at the 78. The only thing that McKee can do is put pressure on him.
54. Jimmy requires 78.
Well, McKee got off to a brilliant start, but it's just hit a bit of a rock over the last couple of legs, and it's allowed Van Schie into play. Missed the big number there. We'll hope
Richard
to come
requires
back for 3 more to level up at 2 apiece, but that's providing McKee does not find the 158. Double 19. Magnificent.
Game on the fourth
Absolutely
leg.
magnificent.
Richard McKee.
His back was somewhat against the wall, but he's found a 158 to put himself 3-1 to the good. And look at the shake of the head.
Fifth leg.
of
Richard
Jimmy van
to
Schie.
throw first.
You could see from Jimmy that he didn't expect him to hit that one. He was sloppy himself by missing the big number on the 20. And he got punished for it.
99.
Now he's got a hell of a job to do.
I think he knew that was the opportunity, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. He did 78. He should have got one dart a double, and he didn't, and he got punished by 158.
96.
Look, we say how many times it's a sport all about timing, and as McKee timed his run to perfection in this contest.
140.
Yeah, he's playing really impressive. His average is good. He's never far off. He's got a good throw.
134.
I like watching him play.
This is the thing, for someone like Richard, this is a starting point, but we do not
94.
know what it could lead to eventually.
No, exactly. This is the start, and sometimes the start can help you get so much more confidence
78.
that you can become a better player than you were before. It could also work the other way around. Some people get come to the Modus Super Series or wherever, and they think, oh, I'm that
44.
good and that good, and then they get beaten so many times that they lose interest in the game. That happens as well.
Going a couple of minds here, Jimmy.
99. Richard requires
124
124.
Just a lovely start again. 14, bullseye.
99.
Very close again.
Jimmy
And this is a
requires
must-go in for
94.
He has to hit that 94. Which route is he going to go? He chose the aggressive route and didn't work. And now he
38.
can only hope that he
Richard
misses the
requires
25.
25.
Well, it was the 158
No
that changed the
score.
game, but that treble there means that he's bust the score. That was a bit of a calamity from Richard McKee, and the look on his
Jimmy
face
requires
tells you everything you need
56.
to know. And Van Schie has been given a reprieve here.
And now you have to punish him. Eh? Make sure he thinks about it.
47.
Well, he's had opportunities, Jimmy
requires
Van Schie, in this
25.
leg. Just about the single one, double 12. Too much
One.
darts have come and gone, but it's been very nervy towards the line here for
Jimmy
Richard McKee.
requires 9.
And there you can see his inexperience. Eh? This is the moment that he should calm down and just put the game to bed. And yeah, he was really nervous in that visit.
Game shot in the 5th leg. Jimmy Van
He takes a double
Schie.
point. He's the type of player as well, isn't he, Jimmy, that will see that and he'll smell the blood, won't he?
Yeah, exactly. And that's
Sixth
experience.
flag,
He has
Jimmy
to, be,
to throw
he has
first.
to know that he's the more experienced player. He must feel that his opponent is nervous and couldn't got the
44.
game to the end. So now hold your own throw and put the pressure on.
58.
All of a sudden, an average
100.
of around about 97, 98, not too long ago for Richard McKee. It's kind of met in the middle a little bit. 86 plays 84 in that particular department, and there's no doubt that Jimmy is the better player at this present moment in time.
44.
Yeah, as a player, you know you should have been in the practice room ready and with 2 points in the bag, and now all of a sudden you have to battle to get this game over the line.
96.
That is not a good feeling. Your scoring is gone, and all of a sudden you think, oh, I should have won this match, and that's what a good player needs to do, is
95.
forget about what happened before and just move on.
100.
Big Farm in the last, leave himself on a finish. McKee needs a couple of trebles to do so himself.
I don't think McGee is
57.
thinking about this leg, but
Jimmy
he's
requires
already thinking about the next one.
161.
Yeah, only if he got an outside shot. he went for it.
114.
He looks like he's going to attack everything, doesn't he, Jimmy Van Schie? He's going to come back for 47, I suppose, because he's got so much time on his side. He was almost looking to show off a
91.
little bit.
Jimmy requires 47.
So this to take us all the way. Double 16
Game
is
shot on the
found.
6th flag. Jimmy Van
Richard
Schie.
McKee had opportunities to win this match 4-1, was unable to take them, and Jimmy Van Schie consequently has taken us all
flag,
the way
Richard to
a
throw
last leg
first.
decider. A last leg decider where McKee has the darts.
A very important leg for McGee. Also, of course, for Jimmy.
31.
If McGee loses this one, that could affect the rest of his day, because he knew he should have won this match so much easier.
Jimmy smelling blood now.
140.
He's got this game exactly where he wants it.
Yeah, McGee let him back in the match, and you can see a little bit of panic in his eyes, so that he's not in control anymore, and Jimmy knows it.
91.
Lovely first treble. Look how much room he has. He's taking his time.
140.
Keeps him in the leg. Just ask the question, Jimmy. He's got 6 and 2, 2, 1 to wrap this up.
Down
to the ball side. 25 would have left himself at a 2. 91 left after just 9 darts.
Great
59.
Leg from Schie.
Jimmy requires
91 left,
91.
140 for McGee. So he fancies chances to get 6 darts for this. Double 10 for the match.
71.
The
Richard
wire
requires
greys now.
140.
McKee found a 158 early on in the contest. Is he going to find a 140 to win it? Went tops.
Great effort.
80.
Was a little bit unlucky.
Jimmy
but
requires
good shot,
20.
good choice. And now he has to hope that Jimmy misses that double 10.
Composing himself in the background and now steps up to turn a 3-1 deficit into a 4-3 win. And the former
Game,
runner-up is
shot,
off to a winning start,
and the
but boy
match,
did he have to
Jimmy
work hard
McKee.
for it. Richard McKee was 3-1 up in that contest, had darts to win it 4-1, but it's that man in your picture there, Jimmy Van Schie, who is off to a winning start. He gets the better of Richard McKee in a last leg decider. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Shane McGuirk up against Andy Hamilton. The winner will be the first player onto 4 points in this group.
We're just about to go into round number 2 in our Group C campaign here on Thursday. And it has been a bit of everything so far. A game that was a battle of attrition, then a dominant display, and just now, I think Richard McKee would understand that he let one slip against Jimmy Van Schie. So, 3 players off to the kind of start that they wanted, grabbing 2 points in the first round. And somebody in this 4th game, Matt Edgar, is about to double their tally. But is it fair to say that Hamilton wasn't being talked about a great deal? And is his favouritism in this game different because of that first performance?
First leg, Shane to throw first.
He
Game
got there
on.
in the end. But yeah, I think the first part to that question absolutely is fair. Andy Hamilton never really come into our reckoning, did he? Certainly at the opening of the show, we had a good sort of 7 to 10 minutes there, and I don't
96.
recall really talking about Andy Hamilton barely any. However, that opening game has made him come into the conversations, but the conversation now is, can he repeat the performance? We know in the past he's shown that excellent level,
77.
but can he consistently find it across a Group C campaign? Because he's going to need that, you feel, against Schie McGuirk, who got stronger as that opening game went on, and he's looking so much more comfortable within himself today.
Yeah, that game that Andy put in against Scott Taylor, it was the best performance of the week by anybody.
100.
But he won the match and he got 2 points, and then you have to just move on and try and get more points. That's this discipline in a nutshell. Yes, great performances are superb.
100.
They're good for your confidence. But that is what you've got to use to get more points. He would love to make a first Champions Night here this week, because if he were to do so, the oldest person in the field would then become a contender.
64.
Because in front of the fans, he's really started to crack
Shane
this over the
requires
last 3 series.
170. $100.
I think a lot of credit will go on Schie McGuirk if he is able to recover his week and get through this Group C campaign, because he's gone about this a long way. He's gone about this from the very, very bottom of the performance line, all the way through all the emotions and the trials and tribulations. We know he's been trying different things.
84.
He's been trying to
Shane
find
requires
a
70.
way to be comfortable, having those distractions away from the dartboard as well, as which have been positive for him. It could be a positive start here.
38.
He's done that a few times though this week, hasn't he? On that double 16, gone really wide with the dart kicking.
If you think about some of his shots at double 6 in the previous game, they weren't great.
84.
This is something he's
Shane
got to
requires
fix.
32. Game
That's
on
much
the
better.
first
That
leg.
hit the board with
Shane
authority.
McGuirk.
1-0 McGuirk.
Second leg.
You know how
Andy
in the
to
previous couple of
throw
series,
first.
Matt, we were starting to talk about people thriving from Group C in their weekly campaigns. And I suppose we can talk about Jensen Walker. When he won the previous series, he did so through a Group C
38.
campaign. Just looking at the entirety of Series 11, I was surprised that there weren't many people who did succeed after being in Group C this time.
93.
In fact, there were only 2. One was Richard McKee. He'd played Group C in week number 10. Win the group, win the week. As for Andy, won week 5 after being 5th in Group A
140.
and then winning Group C for his 2nd weekly title. So Group C has not had a great deal to say about Series 11.
85.
Doesn't mean it won't this week.
Certainly when you look at the calibre of players, we've got serial winners in here. Jimmy Van Schie, we've got Danny Van Trijp, who won last week, nearly breaking the record average. World Championship runner-up, Andy Hamilton,
80.
WWF World Champion Shane McGuirk. There's some quality in this group that could go on and win this for sure. But something Henry Deacon picked up on in the last game, which I thought was a very, very good point, was Andy Hamilton, dart 1, just seemed to be in the treble
48.
every single time. It's not quite going for him the same here. He's had a lot of darts go in that sort of low 1 section with the first, and again, wayward with dart 1.
85.
It's a little bit better, but it's a bit scrappy. However, 158 is the biggest finish you've seen today. Not that it did Richard McKee any good in the long term.
81.
Because he would lose the
and
game.
he requires 158.
That's perfect. Needs another. Here's the interesting thing, Matt. We talk a lot about people being on
98.
170. And if they hit the 2 treble 20s, what do? Go for the bull? Do they lay up? What about 158? Imagine if you'd hit 2 treble 20s there. What's to say he wouldn't go for a single 6?
39. And he requires 60.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me, especially with the position Schie McGuirk's in this moment. But Andy Hamilton, we saw earlier on, going for the dart underneath the treble. This time keeps it straight. It's a much smaller target on the single.
Game's on the second leg.
Which does make it
Andy
a risky play,
Hamilton.
but he's paid it off perfectly there. The whole reason is just so he's got that nice, clean, open bed on the tops.
Third leg, Shane to throw
There are other ways,
first.
aren't they, to try and keep that target clear.
Yeah, you can go for treble 12. Get treble 12. You can have double 12 if you want.
57.
But it's a bold play, but it shows confidence, doesn't it? Because that skinny 20 is not very big at all.
Just shows that he believes about the alignment and the balance of which he
43.
has, that he can just bring that arm through perfectly straight. I certainly wouldn't be employing that tactic, but again, different angles of entry as the darts, isn't it? We've seen Luke
140.
Littler when he was here. We've seen other people, Darryl Gurney on the Pro Tours and European Tours, where they'll just move the grip down the barrel so it lands in the board differently.
60.
One thing you can also say about Andy is that whatever he's done in his career, because he has reached the highest of the highs by making a World Championship final, Grand Slam final, UK Open final. He didn't win any of them, but he was in an era that was dominated by the greatest player of all time.
44.
But wherever he's gone,
Shane requires
he's been
164.
really competitive. BDO, PDC, Super Series, Challenge Tour.
60.
Why is that? Work ethic. Nobody embodies darting work ethic on the practice board probably more than Andy in the last 25 years.
It's a very good point, because you mentioned there the BDO. He went to the
60.
BDO
Shane
to learn how
requires
to win again,
104.
didn't he? He wanted to play more games. He wanted to win matches, so he did step down a level to compete there. But Shane McGuirk competing
Game's
good,
on the
competing
third
strong
leg.
here.
Shane McGuirk.
A 104 finish puts his nose back in front. We have another quality game on our hands.
And we have
Fourth
another ton
leg,
plus to check
Andy
out.
to throw first.
Van Schie's got 104, McKee's got 158, Hamilton's got 128. They are all racking up the 3-figure checkouts all of a sudden.
But again, that first dart not straight, going off the line.
44.
When you do that, you feel like you're chasing the shot. Even just keeping it straight gives you something to play off. Shane McGuirk now just gives you that little bit of relief that you've done the minimum requirement with the opening dart. And you can attack, rather than just trying to chase to save the visit, essentially, which is what Andy Hamilton may be doing here, because McGuirk looks like he's trying to make his move.
What you've got to learn in top-level sport is that just because you've done something once doesn't mean you're about to do it again.
60.
Look at Tottenham last night. 2-0 up after 50 minutes against Paris Saint-Germain, the European champions. Next thing you know,
140.
40 minutes later, it's 2-2. It's a constant battle to be good. And just because Andy averaged 109 doesn't mean he's going to do it again.
100.
What we've seen from Shane in this performance is his ability to just knuckle down.
$57.
That's what we've seen from him throughout the week, really, isn't it? It's showing some real fighting spirit, Shane McGuirk. What he did at Lakeside was impressive when he dominated the field. But I always find this much more impressive when you've got that adversity, when it's not quite been
100.
right, when you're turning
Shane
it around and
requires
sort of doing it on the job.
164.
He hasn't been able to go away for a week or two and come back and regroup. That's a bit loose.
Stay away from that first start.
96.
He'll be very happy to be taking it out of the board, knowing that 60 points did count. This leg is not finished, though. Andy is not going to get to a two-darter.
85. Shane requires 68.
Chance for a break of throw. Two-leg cushion. It's all his if he hits double 16.
36.
It was well thrown, just slightly
Andy
off target.
requires 112.
This is one of those checkouts that can change a match. It's just for a hold of throw. That does not help.
It's kind of been the theme of the game, hasn't it? That
44.
first start, just unable to
Shane
find the line.
requires
Even a single
32.
20 would have kept the shot alive for a bit longer, but can Shane McGuirk tidy up on this target?
Got to be the other side.
16.
Not that far right, though.
Andy requires
Really
68.
struggled with that end area of the board this week. Andy Hamilton, maybe an unexpected shot here.
Wasn't long ago that Shane was on this number. The difference
Game's
between
on
the
the
two
full
is that
flag.
Andy took it in two,
Andy Hamilton.
and Shane did not take it in multiple visits.
Fifth leg, Shane to
That was going to sting a
throw
little bit.
first.
No emotion from Andy. He's got his game face on.
Just pure experience,
60.
that was, wasn't it, from Andy Hamilton? Saw his opportunity and he took it.
I wonder if he's still got his inflatable hammer from his Premier League days.
If not, I think the seafront down here's got loads of them available.
99.
Get that and a toffee apple.
Yeah, if he's here Saturday night, he's got to bring the hammer. And he'd want to put the hammer down, that's for sure.
121.
You think about what Andy's achieved in his career. Now, this may seem like a really silly question because social media is full of them. But I'm going to ask something vaguely similar to what you would find on most sport accounts these days.
174.
The world is obsessed with ranking things, aren't they? But if Andy won this week, there is a case that it would be the biggest win of his life because he's not the biggest of winners in PDC darts in his career. Hasn't got that many titles.
I would tend to agree, and tend to agree on the basis that where Andy Hamilton is right now in his career, he won't feel like that player that was in the Premier League and the World Championship final. Yes, it's on the CV, but life's moved on so much from then from Andy Hamilton. He'll feel like a completely different person.
140. Andy requires 48.
Well, this is more like the Andy we saw in his first game. Might be his best leg of the day. He let that slip. If McGuirk takes the lead
Shane
now,
requires 85.
it'll be his turn to have a sigh of relief. Bullseye will tell us.
60. Andy requires 16.
If this was a tug of war right now, Andy would be slightly in charge. Throwing this from about 8 feet. It's not a
Game's
problem.
on
It's
the
right
fifth
at
leg.
the bottom.
Andy Hamilton.
When he threw that, that was one of those moments where you just hold your breath and
Sixth
hope
leg,
that it's
Andy
high
to
enough.
throw first.
And it was only just. So he's 3-2 up, averaging 81.5. Which is about
81.
28 points less than his previous game. Talk about winning two different ways, potentially. He hasn't won yet.
180.
Well, Shane has now got 5 180s for the day. And he found most of his 180s in his first match towards the end of it.
123.
Wouldn't mind another one just now.
He's been finding them when he needs them, and on the Andy Hamilton throw, he certainly needs them here. It's give him an opportunity and a chance, but just hopping a little bit on these darts, Schie McGuirk, seeing a nose
78.
diving of the darts, rescues it with the last one.
If he's hopping, Matt, he should get a pair of those shoes that have the weighting in the heel. Can you imagine the size of his right
58.
calf if he had a weight in his right shoe to keep it grounded? And he was still lifting his calf.
100.
His technique is a lot better than it used to be because he used to rotate with the upper body. That's something he's eliminated.
You know, the whole back leg used to kick back, didn't it? And just turn him with every single throw. Something he worked on after being here at the Super Series. Watched the videos back, listened to the feedback, made the changes.
Schie requires
But this may need to go.
143.
Or it could be a change of fortune for Schie McGuirk in regards to being in the winner's enclosure. We're just talking about going to the seaside, wasn't we, for the
59.
hammer and the toffee
Andy
apple. How about the ice cream
requires
finish?
99.
With the sauce. Obviously didn't want any sauce.
59. Shane requires
McGuirk
84.
needs to get this order right. Beautiful dart. Double 12 to take us all the way.
60.
He's trying not to show his emotions in front of
requires
someone who is
40.
as seasoned as anybody who's here this week. He might have to stomach a loss. Andy Hamilton
Game,
is the first
shot,
person to 2
and the
wins.
match, Andy Hamilton.
2 games played and 4 points are his. And 2 very different performances. A matter of 26 points between the 2 averages. He will not care one jot. He's got a 4-2 win, and that's ahead of Jimmy Van Schie, returning to the hockey as he will take on his international pairs winner. That's Danny Van Trijp.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
There you can see some of the names who are already on the trophy. One of them, right there at the top, Scott Taylor. You'll see him in the next match. But these two are the first names on the International Pairs Trophy. And they could even have their name on it again in a couple of weeks' time, because they will represent the Netherlands together. But before we even get to our Rising Stars week next week, when we take a fortnight break from Modus Super Series Classic action, we need to crown a champion in singles.
First leg, Jimmy to throw first.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Game on.
Isn't that lovely? I don't know why I did that in Irish. I've just gone full Mrs. Doyle on everyone. Well, get yourself a cup of tea and enjoy this one, as
140.
two of the tallest players to come to Portsmouth will now do what can only be described as a battle of the giants. Matt Edgar.
Friends,
100.
teammates. I think that's a recipe for a really good game here. There's a lot of talk a lot of the time about players when they play against a friend and how it being difficult, but actually there's an element of comfort with
100.
that as well. And depending on the personality, some people love playing their friends because they like that little bit of sort of one-upsmanship, that little bit of banter that comes with it.
140.
And I think these are two players that will really want to get the best of each other, because I think when they do play pairs together again in a couple of weeks' time, I think they're going to be jostling for position. I think they're going to be debating
80.
who's the leader, who's the captain. I think they'll both see themselves as the alpha of the team, and maybe this could give us a little bit of insight to that.
60.
Yeah, I like that. What we saw from Jimmy at the end of his previous game, which was very effective, by the way, was him being a little bit more deliberate with the way he was
90.
addressing the board in his set position and how he was following the dart through on that same line. It's working really well.
84.
He's obviously identified something
Jimmy
that's gone
requires
wrong.
91.
He's putting it right.
As we said with the Schie McGuirk situation, you've got to learn on the job this week. You've got to try and make those adaptations as you go, and he is
Game
putting
shot
it
in the
right.
first leg.
That is a
Jimmy
great
Van
check out there
Schie.
from Jimmy Van Schie. A statement first leg, because he was 3-1 down in that opening game.
Second leg, Danny
Richard
to
McKee
throw
Had
first.
6 darts from 25, which he wasn't able to convert. Jimmy Van Schie at that point must have thought he'd lost the game. He must have thought it was
100.
over, especially when he missed 2 darts to save it himself. And since then, everything's been going right for him. It's that old scenario, isn't it, of maybe
100.
he's just got that really positive place in his mind. I mean, we've heard some crazy things, haven't we, in our time playing darts, of what people have suggested has been positive.
140.
And the most bonkers one I heard, it was at Barnsley, at the old Metrodome, and I heard a player on the practice board discussing that they were going to have a good day
45.
today, because as they drove to the venue, all the lights turned green.
Come on, who was it?
82.
I'll tell you off air, I won't drop
Oh,
them in.
come on, Matthew. That's no fun.
134.
I like your integrity, though. Good ethics.
59.
This one is a game that could easily go 4-3 either way, unless somebody finds that extra level. I love that use of the bull there.
105. Danny
Really
requires
clever
120.
to take the bull out of play for a checkout that he might not even get.
80.
But because he does, this is just
Jimmy
a little bit
requires
easier than, say, 122,
117.
which he could have left. Great dart. Tops. That
Game
is a
shot in the
Champions
second
Week style
leg.
finish. That is
Jimmy Van
wonderful
Schie.
from Jimmy. They played each other yesterday in a local final.
Third
and Van
leg,
Trijp won
Jimmy
it.
to throw first.
If you think that doesn't mean anything, think again.
$60.
Level of play from these guys in the first round. Van Trijp only averaged 79.7. Jimmy,
100.
nearly 10 points better. Played most of his best darts towards the end of that game.
96.
Jimmy's only made one Champions Night. He did make the final and lost out to a Dutchman in Marvin van Velsen. That was the night where he had that worldie of a match with Steve West.
140.
Arguably, I would say top 5 Champions Night matches of all time because of that incredible 151 finish.
134.
It's just exceptional, is it, for Jimmy Van Schie? And what's impressive is the range of the board of which he is using as well.
180.
Now we're going into overdrive. Both are looking really
59.
comfortable in this game.
Danny requires 81.
Double 12.
75.
That could be troublesome.
Jimmy requires 152.
This very much depends on where the first dart lands. Yeah, that'll do. So will that.
136.
That could have been
Danny
cataclysmic
requires
for
6.
round 2 and Danny Van Trijp.
Game shot in the
And in a
third
matter
leg. Danny
of
Van
milliseconds, he says, I'm not having any of that. I'll take the leg, thank you very much.
That was so impressive, wasn't it, from Van Trijp? Didn't
Fourth
get drawn
leg,
into
Danny
the
to
drama,
throw
wasn't
first.
stood around, like any theatrics. It was the shot's been missed, went up, one dart, bang. Beautiful.
123.
No extra pauses, no delaying. I think sometimes we do get that from players, don't we, where it's almost like they're trying to perform the match
60.
rather than playing it. Danny Van Trijp having none of that.
This is the playful side of me, and you know I've got a bit of a whimsical side, Matt. I want to see, on location, Jimmy and Danny at Val d'Isère
180.
throwing darts like that. Do you want to know why? Because they'd be on a ski trip.
41.
Well, there's something I didn't expect to hear today.
60.
I think if these guys weren't dart players,
99.
they'd make excellent rowers. Because some of the best rowers of all time are very tall.
96.
But they are world-class dart players. And I'm going to be really intrigued to see where they stand in the table when they play each other tomorrow. Whoop. He was thinking about the 180, weren't you, Danny?
138. Jimmy requires
Wouldn't be
105.
the first time we saw that either, would we? Saw it actually at the match play, didn't we, just recently? Cameron Menzies.
Yeah, we're not going to let him forget it.
73.
Well, if
Danny
it wasn't for double
requires
16,
40.
Van Schie could have won this game already.
35.
I think he knows he's let this one slip now. He doesn't think that Jimmy's going to miss again.
Jimmy requires 32.
Now he looks like a man under pressure.
Game
There you
shot on
go.
the
Van
fourth
Schie's
leg.
doing the right things at the
Jimmy
right
Van
times.
Schie.
He's got multiple chances of winning this one. He's not in the same sort of pressure cooker
Fifth
that he was
leg,
against Richard
Jimmy
McKee.
to throw first.
And if you think about people who have won week 12, like Danny did on Saturday night, the mix of emotions
58.
over the course of, let's say, 8 or 9 days, it's like nothing that people who don't play darts will ever
84.
experience. Lows, followed by ultimate highs, and then within a few days, you're back here, and you're under pressure again.
100.
I think it's why this sport becomes so addictive, isn't it? The unpredictability, the roller coaster of emotions.
85.
I've seen
95.
somebody succeed after winning week 12. That was Scott Taylor back in Series 6.
45.
Jimmy hasn't said so this week, but you can almost feel that the clock is ticking on his time at the Modus Super Series because there's a massive
100.
amount of people who believe he's going to the tour next year.
I would be one of those people. Jimmy Van Schie is on a big upwards trend, but that is a great time for Danny Van Trijp to find his second maximum of the game.
That would have been the ultimate time to find a big checkout.
Danny requires 107.
This has got to go. And it was never there.
41. Jimmy requires 48.
Double 16. Missed a couple of times. Needs it again. He's offering an olive branch
Danny requires
to Van Trijp.
66.
Who may regret sort of throwing that last dart away now, because it's only going to give him one dart at tops.
46.
He needs more. That
Jimmy
wasteful dart at the 18s
32.
with the last one in hand come back to haunt him.
Yeah, Danny's got a long, long break before his next match. This one's
Game,
over, and
shot,
he's got a lot on his
and the
mind.
match,
He's
Jimmy
lost
Van
his first 2
Schie.
games, but it is fair to say that Jimmy was the better player. You really had to see that game in its entirety to understand that statement, because the averages don't see a great deal between them. Did get that ton plus checkout early. Jimmy wins by 4 legs to 1, and we have one more match in second round of the day, and that's McKee against Taylor.
$54. Charlie McGuirk, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Schie wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Schie.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Schie!
We're live on Pluto TV at the Modus Super Series at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And someone has got to get off the mark in this one because Taylor and McKee both lost in round number 1 in very different fashions, I might add. Scott Taylor will, I'm sure, have gone back to the practice room saying, I just ran into Andy Hamilton at his best. As for McKee, he had multiple chances to beat Jimmy, who is now on 4 points. Someone has got to put it right. And someone will get 2 points in the next 15 to 20 minutes. That is a fact.
First leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
And just to put it into some sort of perspective as well, that performance from Andy Hamilton against Scott Taylor earlier today
125.
was his best average at this venue by more than 6 points. So 109.31, Andy's new PB at the Live Lounge. Previously, it was 103.27. So is there some crumb of comfort for Scott Taylor there, Matt?
No, he's looking angry. He's looking frustrated, doesn't he? He wants to hit back, and it'd probably be, like I say, very, very frustrated. Didn't give a dart at a double in that opening game, which a little bit surprising. And certainly when we saw the odds at the start of the day, we saw Scott Taylor 6-1 for this group. We said, that's far too big. He could make that look silly. Still could from this position. But I think there's going to be a bit of a backlash here. And I think Richard McKee may be on the receiving end of it.
You love that word, don't you?
Backlash.
Backlash.
Always comes after WrestleMania, doesn't it? A bit of backlash.
59.
That's what we're going to call tomorrow. Backlash Friday.
45.
Come to think of it, that'd be a really good nickname for Scott. He doesn't have a nickname. And there's nobody called Backlash.
80.
Come on, Scott, show us how it's done. Give us some
135.
backlash. He really does throw those darts with some
95.
viscosity, doesn't he?
And when he does, when he throws this firm, this hard, he tends to play better, which would make you say, why do you do it all the time? But it would be very, very
44.
tiring, and it's very,
Scott
very hard
requires
because
40.
I think what has to happen is the physical and the mental have to be in the same place to be able to play this way.
30.
But that is a long way off. That is where it doesn't work out. He's thrown that with far too much venom.
Yeah, that was a bit of a duck hook. He threw that on the move as well.
45. Scott
Look
requires
on the bright side, he's
10.
coming back for fives. Double two.
6.
Didn't get a dart at a double in the first
Richard
game.
requires 145.
He's already had 5 shots here, hasn't found one, but at least he's getting more.
85. Scott requires 4.
He may need even more.
No score.
Well,
Richard
before a dart was thrown in this
60.
game, I thought Richard McKee really needs to bounce back quickly after what happened to him at the end of the last game. He's had a bit of fortune here to get these opportunities.
40.
That could be damaging,
Scott
couldn't it? Not
requires
just to this
4.
match, but to the day.
I think we're seeing a little bit of vulnerability here. So how do you get out of these spots? You have to believe in yourself. You've got to trust yourself.
Game
Yeah, that
shot
was
on the
a
first
wonderful
leg.
shot.
Scott Taylor.
He actually threw 3 darts there. Got the double two and gave the other
Second
two a bit of a
leg,
whack.
Richard to throw first.
I think this is a very important game, really, for what's going to happen with Richard McKee. He took an almighty
100.
psychological blow, didn't he, in that opening game? 3-1 up, playing well. Then not only missing match opportunities, but busting the 25.
80.
I love watching Scott play. It's never dull. That dart goes on the floor and he gives it 100% daggers as if to say, how dare you? You'll do as you're told.
140.
This one's going to be venomous.
Got a random question for you. The green on
100.
Scott Taylor's shirt, how close do you think that is to the green on the flights of McKee?
Pretty close. You've got the old Super Series microscope out, haven't you?
57.
Now, if you look at the back of the Taylor shirt, I believe there's only a certain amount of letters that have got the green highlight. Oh boy, not again.
80.
I get the feeling that second dart is about to be benched.
$82.
It's no laughing matter. He might have even damaged that dart. Well, dart players need the tools. Always remember your sandpaper. Yeah, only the A and the Y on the Taylor is in green. That might just be an accident.
81.
Maybe the A and the Y
Richard
are
requires
significant.
122.
I can think of a couple of reasons, which I'll tell you in the next leg, because we may be moving there very quickly.
97. Scott requires 160.
If he gets the first 60 here, watch out for dart 2. No such chance.
50. Richard requires 25.
He's like a gift machine in this game, is Scott.
He's very emotional right now, Scott Taylor, within
Game
his
shot
play.
the
This is where
second
Richard
leg.
McKee needs to jump
Richard
on things
McKee.
and try and get a foothold in this game, because that emotion can soon turn.
Third leg, Scott.
If we're going to talk about dart
first.
shirts, it's really nice to see Richard McKee turning up today like he's going to play for Leeds Rhinos.
134.
And judging by the letters on the back of his shirt, out of nowhere, there might be an RMK.
So I've got a couple of theories on why Scott Taylor's shirt may have a couple
81.
of highlighted letters. The first one is maybe he's not got very good hearing, and when he's down the local, he's always going, A? That's why it's
45.
got the AY. Or the other thing, maybe it's going the other way, and he just likes agreeing with everyone, and he's just like, yep, 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 yep.
140.
Maybe he's got a lot of friends in the northeast of England and he just likes to say aye.
So lots of theories there. I don't think many of them are probably
30.
factually correct, but
Well, let's move on to something that I've spoken about before. Chalk on darts. Where do you stand?
I'm not a
43.
fan. I don't fully understand the benefit fully. And I don't like it when it's on the board.
Yeah, I don't either. I've voiced this before. I think if you've got an opponent that doesn't like the feeling of chalk on their hands,
60.
I think it's unfair that someone can use it and have it spit at the board. You're interfering with your opponent's throw. Not directly, it's
42.
indirect. But it's an interesting conversation to have.
I wonder if anyone's got chalk allergies.
I guess it's possible.
118.
Good job he's not using dry roasted peanuts or something like that and someone's got a nut allergy. That would be a bit extreme. Got a bag of dry roasted peanuts on the stage just for grip.
Scott
Win
requires
by any
114.
means. Win by any means.
Like hitting a ton plus checkout for the first time today. Right now. That's more like it.
Game shot in the third leg. Scott Taylor.
He was perilously close to leaving
Fourth leg.
double six
Richard
on a
to
114.
throw first.
That's why Scott is so entertaining to watch.
44.
It's like he's talking to himself. If you've ever seen Enter the Dragon with Bruce Lee and it's dubbed,
57.
it's like watching Scott Taylor play darts.
$93.
Just remember, boards don't hit back. Yeah, don't hit the board. Just ask Colin Lloyd. It hurts.
$41.
More facial expressions than an emoji, which has been given infinite possibilities.
100.
He's had a few different colours on the shirt this week, but he likes the half and half shirt, doesn't he? It's like a half and half scarf.
137.
Well, it's all kicking off, isn't it? This has been... I think I can only describe it as erratic, hasn't it, for Scott Taylor so far? And
44.
it's just that frustration. It's nowhere near the level he'd have expected for himself. Yes, he's winning this game, but he's averaging in the low 70s at the moment. And that's following the low 80s average he had in the opening game. He came into today thinking, hit the ground running, and plan A is not working. But plan B can't be trying to do plan A better, because that early bit's gone.
100.
That's so true. Keep doing the same things and expect different results.
40.
That'll drive you crazy.
Richard requires 120.
That one's right in the meat. Now he needs the gravy. Tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Richard McKee.
What is it with dart players this week? Scoring 180s, getting ton plus checkouts, and doing things that are perceived as perfect, and
Fifth
shaking
leg,
their head.
Scott to throw first.
What more did you want from that one, Richie?
Just shows players that
60.
are playing a timeline, doesn't it? Rather than individual shots, playing a continuing timeline where it's like, well, I'm not really playing well. You did then.
Yeah, he's playing intrinsically, isn't he? He's playing on how he
60.
feels as opposed to what he does.
But that aside, even at this point, you feel the way and the demeanour and the body language and the reactions of the players.
60.
This is vital for both of them to come off with a win, but only one of them can.
Someone's going to build from this point, get a result that they could possibly
60.
build on. Someone is going to be behind the 8-ball for sure. Danny van Trijp currently has 0 points after 2 rounds of play. One of these will join him. Look at that. That's classic Scott Taylor.
81.
As he's from Bolton, I'm going to say this. He's playing and hitting the dartboard like it was made in Blackburn.
125.
Because there's a bit of a rivalry between those two towns.
45.
It's not happening, is it? And are we getting to the point now where we use that old expression and go, he's now trying too hard?
58.
Yeah, I think he is. If you look at the 114 checkout from earlier, that was silky smooth. He just threw naturally. That was better.
140.
A little less effort and a much better result. I'm going to be fascinated to see where he goes with the first start here.
58.
I know some people who would go
Scott
bull.
requires 115.
I'm not even sure he knows what he wants to do here. He wants double 18.
97. Richard
I
requires
like the fact that when
140.
he made his mind up, he very nearly executed it perfectly. Now what does he do?
100. Scott requires 18.
Oh,
Game
that's a
shot on the
wonderful
fifth
dart.
leg.
Maybe one of the
Scott
best he's thrown
Taylor.
today so far. It's crucial to give him that lead back.
Sixth leg, Richard to throw first.
He's actually got more MVG green in that shirt than MVG's got in his new shirt.
140.
Maybe he's morphing.
We'll be hoping to be
140.
morphing into a more solid dart player than what we've seen so far. He's had great moments, great flashes, but Needs to find a little bit of consistency.
100.
Only 5 scores of 140 or more in this game.
97.
Not a great deal of other 2 treble visits. And no maximums in this game, which is quite rare for Scott.
100.
If he's going to get one, now would be a really good moment to get it.
And that's probably where the mind is, because Scott Taylor really changing the approach here. Just standing at the back of the stage, just taking a little bit of moment to approach to the oche. Got there, gave the oche a kick, got his position well, and what a find that is to work around dart number 1. And to leave himself handy here. Richard McKee cannot take it out, which means Scott Taylor got an opportunity for a 12 dart or a 1-2-4 finish.
97.
Most importantly,
Scott requires
2 points on the board here in Champions Week.
And with Matt, that 140 was elite.
92.
He sets up the shot, and if McKee
Richard
does not find this,
64.
he will feel like he's about to lose again.
$32.
It's time to find out.
Scott requires 32.
Not a high quality game, but it could be 2 points anywhere.
16.
Fragility on the outer ring. 3 from 15.
Richard requires 32.
3 darts for the match missed.
Game
We have
shot on
another
the
leg to
6th
go.
flag. Richard McKee.
And I suppose you've got to say that if Richard McKee were to get out of this game with 2 points, he could
flag,
reverse what
Scott
happened against
to
Jimmy Van
throw
Schie.
first.
Yeah, missed opportunities there for Scott Taylor, but the main thing here, though, still for Scott Taylor is the
100.
fact he's got the darts here. Before that last leg was thrown, yes, he wanted to be aggressive and go in attack and try and get the break, but he always knew in the back of his mind that he's always going to have this stronger opportunity to get the job done here.
43.
Certainly now. And look at him here. Any treble here would be massive.
41.
That doesn't help. By the way, I've got a theory. I think I know why Scott's shirt is half black, half green.
140.
You've got to bring Richard's shirt into play, though, because blue and green should never be seen without a colour in between.
$100.
But it was the green bed that cost him the match. Consequently, it was the bottom left corner that cost him the match. And if you've watched Scott Taylor enough over the last few years,
60.
you know that the top of the board, and sometimes double 10, that's where he makes his money. So if he's going to win this match, you think tops and tens could have to be the play.
100.
That was a jet-packed, powerful last dart.
$82.
But that slip
Scott requires
has guaranteed Scott
160.
Taylor now 6 darts to get the job done. He's already had a handful of darts at the outer ring. He'll be expecting more opportunities here to get the job done. But doesn't bring it down
45.
too handy at all. He's left himself lots of work to do. A 140 here would be critical.
Now what does he do?
44. Scott
I'll give him credit for
requires
one thing. The switch on dart 3
115.
has made the next potential shot a little easier. That's if he gets it. It is tops.
75.
He made the way I move. That's
Richard
the best match
requires
start he's thrown so far.
132.
Does he get any more? Yes, is the answer. 3 darts at tops. And I'm sure if you'd said that to Scott Taylor at the start of leg 7, he would have said, give me them now.
96. Scott
That now
requires 40.
Is right here. 2 points are yours if you can convert. Double
30.
5 does not come to his rescue this time.
Richard requires 36.
Unbelievable.
Game, shot.
That is a
And the
game
match,
that Scott
Richard
Taylor's going to have to
McKee.
take on the chin. That was really painful for Scott. 7 darts for the match missed, and McKee will not believe that he has bagged his first 2 points of Champions Week in that fashion. Like we said, it was an attritional battle, but it was the Northern Irishman who gets across the line ahead of Jimmy Van Schie against McGuirk to start round 3.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McKee.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 2 rounds of matches have been completed on this Thursday afternoon in Group C. Before the break, we saw Richard McKee get the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 3. So far, it has been so good for Andy Hamilton. Couple of victories for him to kick off his Champions Week campaign. His latest win, a 4-2 success over Shane McGuirk. As we head into round number 3's worth of action here, we can have a look at the table for you. Andy Hamilton and Jim Van Schie, the 2 players with perfect records so far. Richard McKee and Shane McGuirk also winners, whilst Danny Van Trijp and Scott Taylor yet to get off the mark. And we're going to see Shane McGuirk and Jimmy Van Schie go head-to-head in game number 7 of the session. We're at the halfway point of the day. Vincent van der Voort is alongside me in the commentary box for the next couple of matches. And in terms of Jimmy Van Schie so far today, it's felt like he's done all the right things at the right time. When he's had to incline his performance, when he's had to put his foot on the throttle, he's done exactly that.
Yeah, exactly. The first match he was really lucky to win that one, McKee totally, he messed it up at the end. But the second match against Danny van Trijp, he was a lot better, and it was a far better match than the first one. And this is an interesting one because yesterday,
Game on.
McGuirk played brilliant against Van Schie in the last match, and so he feels confident, and he needs that win as well to catch him up in the group.
125.
Shane will probably feel as if opportunity was missed, won't he, in that previous game against Andy Hamilton?
Oh yeah, definitely. He was in control for the majority of that match, and it just we said it. If Hamilton makes 2-2, then he's in trouble, and he was. He should have been 3-1 up and cruising in that match, and now he has a tough job he has to beat Jimmy.
Who knows, has got a massive opportunity here. If he wins this one, moves on to 6 points.
125.
He could pretty much set the rest of his day up as a result.
140.
You can see a pattern in some players as well. That you can see McGuirk loves to play Van Schie.
190.
And probably vice versa as well. So they like their rhythm. They like each other. They know each other, and yeah, that is better for the game.
44. Jimmy requires 96.
Better players love playing better players, and these are two of the elite here at the Super Series, which is probably why we're that surprised that they're both in Group C as Van Schie gets this game underway of a 12-dart breaker throw.
Yeah, what a start again. You can see it's a little bit more business now.
Second leg, Jimmy to throw first.
They are competing for one place, and now you have to be in the top 2 out of 6 players, so you have to be better than 4. Yeah, that is a totally different
140.
And it's the mindset a little bit different as well, because this is the last chance, whereas in Group A you knew you had another group to come.
Yeah, exactly. So that plays a lot different. Yeah, I mean, if you like Schie McGuirk, he had an awful first day. He knew he's not going to win the group. So what do you do then the next 2 days? And
60.
It's not like you can get relegated or something. So you just try to find your form. And now it's a new group, and this is the time he has to show.
140.
Well, Paul Nicholson mentioned it earlier on in commentary about Jensen Walker's one of the previous Champions Week. He came through Group C and then went on to win the competition. Not about where you start, it's about where you finish. And Jimmy Van Schie is really going through the gears here. 12-darter to win the first leg, and he leads himself for 1-2-1 after 9 here. And Shane McGuirk is being left
Jimmy
all at sea.
requires 121.
Yeah, great performance from Van Schie. He's playing really
81.
well. He knows his opponent that he has to play really well, because he slaughtered him yesterday in the last match. So this is the time to get him back.
And Jimmy's
52.
one of those players, isn't he?
Jimmy
That
requires
he'll have a mental
40.
note of everything.
Game on the second
That's
leg.
a 13-darter off the back of
Jimmy
the
Van
12.
Schie.
2-0 Van Schie, average of 120 right now.
Third leg, Shane to
It's good how concentrated he stays. And not, okay, I'm 2-0 up, I'm cruising and everything. No, he knows he's only halfway there.
26. $96.
He does come across as a big character, particularly in front of a crowd on a Saturday night, but I think you're totally correct. I think one of his key strengths is his concentration, his sheer focus, and he does have this ability where he just wants to absolutely pull apart his opposition.
Yeah, you can see that, and his energy. He's got a lot of energy. He's always almost running around the jockey, and he always give your opponent. He loves to play. Some people, you could see the match before this. They both were struggling, and the body language was wrong. And with him, you always can see he wants to compete and he wants to play. And
95.
That shows off to your opponent as well. So he knows that he's there, and he's not gonna give up.
140. Jimmy requires
Shane McGuirk
170.
isn't exactly playing poorly in this game. The only issue he has is Jimmy Van Schie is playing levels way in excess of what we've seen from him so far this
58.
week. Hasn't had a dart
Shane
at a double
requires
yet,
72.
as the Irishman, but that should change here. Should get one at double top.
32.
And this could really hurt him.
Jimmy
if
requires
Van Schie can
112.
finish 112. Start on treble 20. Stay there. Oh, one dart. He feels confident about it.
80.
That's unlucky. That's unlucky. This is the moment for McGuirk to step
Shane
in
requires
and
40.
finish this one off, and say to Van Schie, "I'm here. You have to stay.
Game shot on
or
the
else I'm
third
gonna get
leg. Shane McGuirk.
And look, Shane McGuirk knows all too well because of his previous game against Andy Hamilton that just because you get your nose in
Fourth
front
leg,
early on,
Jimmy
it's not
to
as gut to
throw
dry than going
first.
on to pick up the win.
No, exactly. He has to hang in there. He knows that Jimmy is playing brilliant. but
100.
it's not likely that he's going to stay at 120 average. So it will drop. So you have to be there when it drops a little bit, and then you have to step in.
55.
Has to meet in the middle, that's for sure, as we enter the middle round of matches for the day. Coming up after this, Andy Hamilton takes on Richard McKee, and then Danny Van Trijp against Scott Taylor already. Looks like a
125.
huge game for the pair of them.
Yeah, every game has some story behind it. We have
100.
For Andy Hamilton, he wants to stay on the winning streak. The other one wants to catch up. So this is more interesting now
82.
than it is at day one on Monday.
Feels a lot more serious now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's so close to the. I mean, Saturday's around the corner now, eh? So they all know that a couple of good
58.
days and you can win £25,000.
Career, potentially life-changing money for most of the players in this field. It would be the
100.
biggest check that they've ever picked up. Only a couple of exceptions, the likes of Andy Hamilton and, of course, Shane McGuirk.
98. Jimmy requires
Jimmy,
94.
Again, in control of this leg. Yeah,
Game
brilliant,
shot on the fourth
brilliant
leg.
finish.
Jimmy
Playing
Van
really, really
Schie.
well. Almost 110 average. Yeah, that's something that McGuirk can't do nothing about.
Fifth leg, Shane to throw first.
And all of a sudden, Shane, who got off to a winning start, beat
100.
Danny Van Trijp 4-2 in his opening match. Back-to-back defeats could put him in a real spot of bother. You get the sense he loses this one. He's probably going to have
100.
to win his last two games today to give himself a decent chance of getting through tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a little bit disappointed in him. After
80.
yesterday, I thought he turned around the corner and now he's going to play his best darts. But today's again, it's not bad, but it's also not what you expect from him.
96.
So he will know that as well. And that showed against them in the match against Andy Hamilton. He was in control.
100.
He should have won that match. He knows that. And all of a sudden you're losing, and now you're losing again, and then you're in a difficult position.
58.
All just beginning to manifest for McGuirk here, although he has got 6 darts on 2-2-1 to reduce the gap to 3-2, and then that would force Van Schie to
91.
serve it out in the next leg. What Jimmy would give for a 2-triple visit about now.
100. Shane requires 130.
Needs him on a finish, but McGuirk looking at 130 to reduce the gap back down to 3-2. Couldn't find the treble, which would have given him a poke at the ball. Well, this would be
65.
some way to round the job off
Jimmy
for Jimmy Van
requires
Schie.
147.
17 gets it for the match. Double 18. Clips the wire.
111.
Favorite double.
Shane requires
65.
65.
It looks a very easy finish, but you have to hit that. Yeah, very good. 2 darts for tops to stay in the match.
45.
And again, miss. Yeah. You feel like it's not his week.
Jimmy
These
requires
are the finishes you have to hit.
36.
We're now in the later stages of the tournament, and this is where you have to hit those shots, especially if you're already playing for 3 days. It's your 4th day.
27.
You got away with it. And this is something that Jimmy
Shane
has a lot.
requires
that
20.
putting games to bed and and missing match darts and leaving let his opponent back in the game, that is something he has to work on. Because now he has to
Game
play
shot on
another
the
leg.
fifth leg.
Yeah, this might
Schie
hurt him.
McGuirk.
Should have been 4-1 now.
Well, Van Schie at least has the insurance
Sixth leg,
policy of
Jimmy to throw first.
serving this game out as McGuirk tries to G himself up in the background.
80.
Maybe looking to inject some energy himself, the Irishman.
$44.
You can see the head of
100.
Van Schie is moving a little bit more than in the beginning of the match. He's working harder now to get his trebles in. But you can see how much he wanted. I like that in a player when you really show him that
55.
he wants to win no matter what.
$140.
He's a man who's got the height of a giraffe but the heart of a lion, Jimmy Van Schie.
That's a nice way to put it.
100.
It only goes downhill, those lines from here, Vincent.
Very good, sensible shot. Leaves him 58.
123.
That's really good. After 12 darts, totally in control of this leg. And he gives McGuirk a lot of homework.
56. Jimmy
More work
requires
to do.
58.
Average of just under 104 for Jimmy Van Schie. Double 10. Would have put the seal on what has been a very good win, but unlike the previous leg, Schie McGuirk is not on the scene to pounce.
Now after 12 darts and 2-4-6, that's not good enough. The scoring is not there again, and we expected him to play better, but
96.
yeah, he's struggling.
Jimmy requires 20.
So double 10 to wrap up the win.
Game.
And a very
Shot.
good performance
And
of
the
Jimmy Van
match.
Schie,
Jimmy
who's
Van
really
Schie.
making a move on Thursday. 3 wins out of 3 for the former runner-up, and for the reigning WDF World Champion Schie McGuirk, work for him to do. Average at the end of 101.08. 4 out of 12 on his doubles. That's 6 points on the board for Jimmy Van Schie. We'll see whether Andy Hamilton can do something similar against Richard McKee next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Schie wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuirk,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
George McGuirk, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Schie.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Schie!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jimmy Van Schie got the better of Schie McGuirk by 4 legs to average of in excess of 101 in that particular contest. The Dutchman moving on to 6 points in the group, and that could be exactly the figure that Andy Hamilton finds himself on in a few moments' time. He takes on Richard McKee, whose day so far has been involved in 2 4-3 matches, winning one in his previous game against Scott Taylor and losing one against Jim Van Schie, a match which he led by 3 legs to 1 before letting that particular lead slip. But Andy, I have to say, Vincent has been the pleasant surprise so far today.
Oh, definitely, yeah. The first match he was brilliant. The second match he was not the better player, but he used the experience to get in that match and get over the line. And for McGee, it was just the other way around. He should have won the first one and should have lost the second one and won. So, yeah, he must feel
83.
a lot better now. Eh?
Probably more relieved, isn't he, than anything else?
Yeah, probably that's a good word to say. Yeah, he's relieved because he knew he should have won the first match, and then you know, oh no, if this is my day, then he's not experienced enough, so he can put it aside that easy. But yeah, he done well by beating Scott Taylor.
Because Van Schie won that previous match against Schie McGuirk, you get the sense that the rest of the practice room will be batting in the corner of Richard McKee here, because if Andy wins this, then you got him and Jimmy Van Schie all on 6 points, and then there's going to be a little bit of daylight between them two and the rest of the group.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you have to be in the
80.
top 2, so one of them have to lose some matches, and you hope that some of your opponents will help you. And now it's McGee's turn to try and to take the first points off of Andy Hamilton.
They do meet in a couple of matches time, do
120.
Van Schie and Hamilton. That match taking place in Game 10, the first game of the 4th cycle of games for the day.
$100. Andy requires 164.
Hamilton off to the strongest start. 6 starts, possibly more, from 164 to take out the opening leg. Doesn't have to go for it. And was never going to contemplate it.
132.
Sensible shot, eh? He's on 280. You don't have to show off by finishing it or get yourself in trouble by moving around the board. Just get double 16 left for him now and 280 for your opponent.
44.
44, so
Andy
plenty of
requires
time.
32.
He got off to a quick start against Scott Taylor. And off to a quick
Game
start
on the
here.
first
14
leg.
data for Andy Hamilton to take out the opening leg.
He looks good today, Andy.
Second leg,
I've
Richard
seen him
to
play a couple
throw
of
first.
other tournaments, and he wasn't as good as he is right now. So probably practice a lot for this week. He knows it's a big opportunity to
53.
to win a lot of money as well, and a very big title. He should look very good in his career.
Just looks so incredibly focused, doesn't he?
He's always had that, that he's
140.
really a warrior on that board. He wants to win a match no matter what. He's a player who doesn't mind winning ugly. Where a lot of players just want to have to play well, and they have to have the big numbers, and he doesn't care. He just want to win the game.
Is that the difference between the old school and the new school, in your opinion?
Oh, 100%. That is. I've been to the development tour, and all the players there, they judge their performance only on
96.
average and not on if they feel good or that they play well. But they played one bad leg. They watched until the tablet shows the averages, and then they decide if they played well or not. Sometimes you got even the feeling that players would rather lose with a high average than win with a low average.
Sure, the bank manager would say different.
Yeah, and everybody around as well. I mean, this game is all about winning, and of course, if you play well, that's even better. But it should be the first priority would be winning.
That's exactly what Andy Hamilton's doing right now. He's putting both of those imposters together, playing well.
49.
He's got his nose in front, wins this one on to 6 points. And as we mentioned at the beginning of the day, he was the outsider with the 6, but he's playing like a favourite right now.
Yeah, he looks like in his best days again. 108 average on the moment. Yeah, that's really good.
42.
Giving you flashbacks, isn't it, Vincent?
Yes. Not the best. I've played Andy so many times.
134.
I've got
Andy
some
requires
success, but he also beat me a
130.
couple of times.
130 here to double his lead. Perfectly sat for another to join. It was that treble he chased, and he paid the price for it.
80. Richard requires 100.
Is he going double? Oh, you went for the treble. Weird
60.
choice when it's underneath. If
Andy requires
if it was above,
50.
then I would say yes, but it was a weird choice.
2-0 and the break.
Game shot on this
Fine
second leg.
set breaker from
Andy
Hamilton. 2-0
Hamilton.
to the good. Now, my colleague Paul Nicholson, I wouldn't
Third
say has
leg,
sent a
Andy
note because you can't
to
really send
throw
an iPad
first.
via a note, but he's shown me the head-to-head record between you and Andy over the course of your career, and 10-9 up you are in the career head-to-head.
Yes.
99.
Last meeting was back in 2016 in Barnsley at a Players' Championship event.
I've won that one. That's for sure.
135.
Okay. Hey, he beat me in the World Championship last 32 match when he went to the final. And then a couple of years later, I beat him on TV 6-0 for the Players' Championship final. So that's the 2 times we played on
96.
majors against each other.
Photographic memory.
Yes.
Would I be fair in saying if Andy Hamilton was to
58.
pick up this trophy on Saturday night, that this may well be the highest profile win of his career?
I have to look at what he won in his career. I know he won a Pro Tour, but I don't think he won a Euro Tour or something. And on TV, he was so many times in the later stages, but he was unfortunate to play in a certain area of Phil Taylor.
Not the first, not the last player that can say that they've had a lot of money taken off them by Mr. P. Taylor in their career.
Yeah, you make a lot of money out of Phil
100.
Taylor, but you also lost
Andy
a lot
requires
of money.
142.
Plenty of time from this 1-4-2 to open up a 3-0 lead. Average just below the ton mark right now. Oh, finds the bullseye brilliantly. Double 16.
110.
Look at his reaction. You can see he's here this week to do some damage, and he's really here to win. I like that in the play, and not that friendly or anything. He's just here to do business.
78. Andy requires 32.
Got a real poise and purpose about him.
Getting closer.
No
That was
score.
no lucky dart. And this is the moment for
Richard
McKee to
requires
step in. He needs to finish this
130.
one to get back in the match. And after one dart, it's over. no chance anymore. And he has to hope now that Andy
22.
misses again.
Andy requires 32.
He's only 2 from 8 on his doubles. As good as his scoring has been, there's been a little bit of suspectability on the doubles. But then saying that he hasn't had too much
Andy
opposition
Hamilton.
thrown at him so far. 3-0 to the good. And he's one of those players, Andy, that when he's playing well, he likes his opponents to know that he's playing well.
Yeah, that's something I like. Yeah. Show your opponent that you're in a good mood and that you're there for the win, and yeah,
55.
don't let him feel that there's any chance that it can come back in the game. I mean, he misses a few doubles. That's true, but not far off. So he knows that he's very close, and when it
59.
matters, he hits them. So I don't think it will affect him.
You get the sense he's going to be more than satisfied with the way things are going so far. 3-0 up, a leg away from a
84.
for a consecutive win. And also, you think about the way he's won his games as well. 4-0 against Scott Taylor, 4-2 against Schie McGuirk. If he wins this 4-0, not just would he be on 6 points, but his leg difference will be in tremendous shape.
Yeah, exactly. And that could help. We've seen that with Graham Usher the last couple of days. His leg difference that made him a group winner.
Kind of bailed him out, really, didn't it, yesterday?
100.
Yeah, that was the only reason he got through, because the last couple of matches he lost 4-0, 4-1, 4-3, and still had enough legs to his advantage.
Yeah, a couple of days off for the gambler, looking to
85.
get his back into shape. We're struggling a little bit with injury in that Group A, but we'll be fighting fit for sure when it comes to Saturday evening showdown.
44.
Yeah, in terms of his PDC ranking titles, just the one in his career. Players Championship in Gibraltar all the way back in 2007.
For such an
77.
amazing player, that is not a big list of titles in the PDC. I would expect him to win more, because he was in the Grand Slam final, he was in the World final, I know he was in the match play semi-final, so he was deep in the biggest tournaments in the PDC, so you expect him to win more. But yeah, he's just a very consistent player, but probably not a big winner.
$37.
Well, for once, Richard McKee has got time and space in this contest. 6 starts on 118 to at least get himself on the board. Too many darts going wide of the big numbers. Too many 5s, too many 1s right now.
44.
He's struggling. You can see that he's not got the response after that win that he would have liked. That he was playing more freely. It looks like he's more tense now that he won that match. And then he puts him under pressure again, so the 74 needs to go now.
Richard requires 74.
Looks like he's going for treble 18. 56 left, 16. 1 dart for tops.
54.
Not to be, and so Hamilton will come back.
Andy requires 48.
For yet another 4-0 win. 2 darts in his hand, a double 16 to wrap it up. Double 8. Does not go.
40.
You expect Andy to hit
Richard
this one,
requires
but,
20.
good thing for McGee.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
He will feel relieved.
Richard
He's back in the
McKee.
game. Also break a throw. And now you can see Andy Hamilton is thinking about it.
5th leg.
Let him think
Andy
about
to throw
it wasn't a
first.
break a throw. It's a hold of throw, but still.
He's posed the question, and there's probably been a few legs in this game where Andy has been able just to comfortably go through the gears in legs.
And because of Andy's experience, you don't expect him to get off the boil that easy. This is a good 180 to give Andy something to think about. But he will not be panicking that easy. Another good
100.
visit. And McKee needs to stay on it and minimum of 1 treble. He already got that. Looks lovely, that dart in the board.
180.
Didn't expect that one.
Hang on a second, Vincent. I've only had a couple of 9 darters at the Champions Week, and we haven't seen one for nearly 2 years. Is Richard McKee going to add his name to the Hall of Fame, which features Steve West and Sebastian Białecki? Treble 19. Double 12. Just on the inside.
129.
What an attempt.
Yeah, very
And he
good
requires
attempt,
144.
Even Andy Hamilton can appreciate that one. That was unlucky.
That's the second time he's missed double 12 for 9 in this series. He missed double 12 for 9 to win his week. And this would be right royal punishment if Hamilton mopped up this 144 to win the match. Double 12. The double McKee missed the 9 on was almost the one Hamilton hit to win the match.
Richard requires 12.
The pair share a bit of a laugh and a joke about what happened over the previous couple of seconds, but it's McKee who wins a leg. Not often you see an 11 darter be completed on double 3.
What a quality shot that was. The finish was quality, but also from Andy Hamilton after he missed a 9 darter to just get a dart to steal the leg. Credit for both players. It was an amazing leg.
100.
Richard McKee's just beginning to up it a little bit here, and he's just beginning to get a little bit more joy.
Yeah, he made that 3-1, and then you have to break the Andy Hamilton throw, and you do that is a really good leg from him, and now he's back in the match. If he can hold his own throw, it's 3-all again in his match, and yeah, he's giving Andy Hamilton something to think about.
45.
I hope Richard McKee knows he's not getting paid per leg today.
$54.
And I just wonder as well, because of everything that's just happened the last few minutes, I just wonder whether, in some way, it might actually go the other way for Richard. It might actually
55.
just relax him a little bit, because he has looked a little bit nervous at times today.
Yeah, I think he is a little bit relaxed now. The beginning of the day, he was really relaxed, but he played brilliant, and then he gave that match away. The second one, he was very tense, but he won it. And
57.
now at the beginning of the match, he was tense again, but he came back, and now he looks more relaxed. He's got a good throw. His head is still. His arm is only doing the work. He's not far off the trebles. He's
77.
always very close to the trebles or in.
And you get the sense, whatever happens the next couple of days, he can only take away the positives from this experience.
That's what he has to
96.
do. He's the only one who doesn't have any experience who's in this group. So, and still he knows that he can compete with them. So nobody beats him easy. So that must feel very good.
84.
He's left himself on a finish to take us all the way, but Hamilton looking to apply pressure. A couple of trebles would make this rather interesting. Needs to find one, just leave himself on a finish.
96. Richard requires 140.
This is the moment when McKee has to realize that Andy is not playing as well as he did in the beginning of the match, and he should just go for the single 20 to leave tops and
100.
make it 3-all and put
Andy
all the
requires
pressure on Andy Hamilton.
155.
He missed double 12 in the previous leg to win it with a 144 checker. He's not going to find the 155. So McKee, to take us all the way, he trailed this game 3-0.
49. Richard requires 40.
If he gets this, we're going the distance. Double 10. Chasing 5s. But cannot
30.
find the 5s.
Andy
What
requires
can Andy Hamilton do in
106.
106? We'll look at the treble 20 first. Treble 18. Double 16 for the match.
Game.
And double
shot.
16 is
And the
found.
match,
And that will
Andy
be relief more than
Hamilton.
anything else for Andy Hamilton. He surged into a 3-0 lead. Saw Richard McKee reel a couple back, but eventually the hammer crosses the line. It's a third win out of 3 for him. Both him and Jimmy Van Schie are beginning to stake a claim at the top of this group. 4-2 then, the margin of scoreline for Andy Hamilton against Richard McKee. Coming up next, Danny Van Trijp takes on Scott Taylor.
We're about to get to the end of round 3 on our first day of Group C here in Champions Week. It's all smiles between the two strawberry blondes at the minute, but they are not smiling internally, I can assure you of that, because neither Scott Taylor or Danny Van Trijp have yielded a victory yet so far in this campaign. We've got Hamilton and Jimmy Van Schie on 6 points. They're undefeated, and they're going to do battle next after this. So we are going to have an undefeated player after 4 rounds of play. And curiously, in the history of the Modus Super Series and Champions Week, nobody has ever won all of the games in Group
Danny
C
to throw first.
when it comes to
Game
Week
on.
13. That is something that these guys are not worried about whatsoever.
100.
They just want to get off the mark, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we were to judge them on the performance that we've seen so far, you'd say that Scott Taylor needs it more right now,
28.
because his performance has been all over the place, hasn't it? And even with that, he probably should have won the last game. Missed 7 match darts and wasn't able to cross the line.
92.
It's just not been there, has it? And we thought that maybe Scott Taylor would get stronger as the week's gone on. Where actually, I'd say he's getting more erratic.
Which tells us that maybe he's getting more frustrated internally as well.
84.
He's had a few good darts over the last few days. He's had some good wins. But it has been very,
80.
very up and down. If there was a timer on the stage, you know, like those old sand timers? The sand will be getting to the bottom now, past
38.
halfway. It's now time to push the urgency button. It's time to get moving. Because if you don't, you're going to be too far behind even after the first
85.
day.
And he's experienced enough to know that as well, isn't he, Scott Taylor? The next games, this one and his next one, are crucial, but he's just nowhere near. That's the concern right now, isn't it? The fact that the wayward darts, a great switch in there.
115. Danny requires
The
144.
ones and the fives coming very early in the combinations, which again, as you mentioned, will add to that frustration. Everything's
94.
just funneling one direction right now.
Doesn't strike me as a one direction kind of guy.
46.
But you're absolutely right.
Danny requires
It has to be
50.
good. That's pretty
Games
good.
on the first leg. Danny Van
That's the
Trijp.
kind of start that Danny needed. Something of a steady nature. He's been struggling
leg,
since
Scott
pretty much
Tooth
leg
for
2
Opus.
of the day. He won the first leg of the day, but didn't look happy on the stage. Since then, things have gone not necessarily from bad to worse, but things haven't really improved
59.
since then.
$100.
Something that is definitely not lost on myself and some of the other people who have been with the Super Series since day one is that Danny hitting that 9-darter on Saturday night, it was the first one on a Saturday night here.
41.
But that now means he's got one in both studios. He had one in Southampton. That was his first ever 9-darter. And now he's got one here.
46.
And the list of people who've done that is very, very small. Conor Heenahan's done it. That's it.
A very short list.
So much so it's not really a list.
100.
But Danny Van Trijp just made the list.
Is list the word of the day? Because ever since we mentioned the word list, these guys have been destructive.
And you picked up on this a few times already this week. The amount
38.
of times that's happened where someone's responded to a maximum. Maximum hit, respond with a max.
Now, I don't have the exact number of times that's happened this week. But based on us sitting here since Monday morning, it's happened at least 10 times.
Oh, at least.
26.
This could be one of the least
Danny
amount of darts used by
requires
Danny Van
40.
Trijp to win a leg today.
Yeah,
Game
that's more
shown
like
the
it.
second
Authoritative
leg.
darts from Danny Van Trijp.
Trijp.
You can see the energy being sapped from Scott
Third
Taylor
leg,
right now.
Danny to throw
It's
first.
almost like he can see the Modus Super Series trophy getting further and further and further away.
140.
I think what frustrates Scott Taylor, though, is that. The fact the performance just hasn't been there. The fact it's been wayward. It's not even been
77.
close, really, has it, for Scott Taylor to the performances that we've seen from him in the past and what we've expected, and certainly
60.
not the performances that have his name on the Super Series trophy.
I don't know about you, Matt. Maybe we can speak to Vincent about this at some point over the next couple of days as well. But the worst place to be as a dart player is actually on the oche when things are going wrong and you don't know what's happening.
66.
It's like being lost in the forest. You don't have a compass or any reception on your phone.
Well, because then you'll try and figure it out, won't you?
30.
And that's probably what he's doing. He's probably gone, right, well, am I holding it right? Let me just make sure I'm gripping the dart in the right place. And then you go, well, actually, do I grip the dart there? Because when you're playing well, you don't realise. So then it's like, oh, well, maybe I just move my thumb to this bit. Or if I stand a little bit differently, or maybe I'll move a bit to the... And you're trying to work it out. And the most
95.
of it is when you're at your very best and you're in the flow, you don't really sort of be aware of the mechanics of your throw.
I don't know about you, but I've always been an advocate for when things are
41.
going right, to write down the things that are working. So if you need them, you can read them and maybe replicate them.
It's like sending a
32.
message to your future self, isn't it? Little time capsule.
If you put a time capsule together, it's not a question of whether there is a wrestling figure in that
95.
box, it's how many.
Danny requires 144.
That's perfect. So is that. And so is that.
Gage on the third leg.
That's what
Danny
Andy
Van
Hamilton needed in the
Trijp.
previous game, to put Richard McKee away. He ultimately would anyway, but Van Trijp right now is
Fourth
getting
leg,
exactly
Scott
what
to
he
throw
wanted.
first.
Scott Taylor is on the verge here of potentially 2 4-0 defeats from his opening 3 games.
82.
It's not just the defeats, it's the nature of them that's concerning.
That and the statistical output.
41.
This is not good. I actually like what Scott did there. He didn't want to interrupt his opponent's throw, so he left what was on the floor there and didn't retrieve it until the end of Danny's visit. That's good Oki etiquette.
$26.
Knowing Scott as we do, he's one of our favourite players here at the Modus Super Series because he's done pretty much everything. But I think
100.
if it was his birthday, what I would buy him right now is 30 minutes in one of those rooms where you get a baseball bat and you can smash it up.
Rage rooms.
That's it.
140.
Who would be the best dart player in a rage room?
Good question.
60.
I mean, there's loads out suit.
99.
We've got to do that at some point, you and I.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'm up for that.
140.
Van Trijp has got himself
Scott
a shot for the
requires
match.
154.
Now that Taylor has not got the opportunity to take that 154 away.
60. Danny requires 160.
Well, that one sailed over the target.
100.
But it's a great leave.
Scott requires
Taylor
94.
needs something to happen soon. And that pretty much sums up his day. I don't think I've ever seen Scott Taylor look this dejected at this venue.
42. Danny requires
He
60.
might be feeling more dejected in a second. Danny
Game,
puts him out of his
shot,
misery.
And the match.
And it is the
Danny
man
Van
from the
Trijp.
Netherlands who gets off the mark. Scott Taylor, who was fancied by a lot of people to bounce back today. Unfortunately for him, it's his worst performance in quite some time here. He loses by 4-0 ahead of our break at the end of round number 3. We've got more darts on its way.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuirk.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Hello and welcome back. We have got more action coming your way with Jimmy Van Schie and Andy Hamilton in just a second. But let's recap what's happened in the last hour or so. We've seen Jimmy get his way to 6 points, as is Andy Hamilton, with the same scoreline against Richard McKee. That could have been also different. And Danny Van Trijp off the mark with his first win of the day at the expense of Scott Taylor, who is at the foot of the table right now. Unfortunately for the Series 6 champion, things are looking very, very dire indeed. However, if you look at the entirety of the table, it's actually not looking great for Trijp, for Van Trijp, for McKee, McGuirk, and for Taylor, because there's this gap between the top 2 and the bottom 4. And with Hamilton playing Van Schie next, that gap is going to be the same from 2nd to 3rd, but somebody is going to take that top position via winning 4 out of 4. But who will it be? Interesting days for both Andy and for Jimmy. At different parts of their career, you could say Jimmy's is pretty much getting going over the last 18 to 24 months, whereas Andy is in the twilight of his career, the words of Henry Deacon, before he ats me. But this really is a great game at this point of this group, because I'm sure they're both, Matt, feeling very good about how this group has started.
Oh, for sure. And if they're not, it's not going to get any better than this. Perfect start to the day for both. 3 from 3. Jimmy Van Schie, though, has significantly improved game on game.
First leg, Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Here to avoid a couple of match starts from Richard McKee in the opening game before coming through that one by 4 legs to 3. The 92 average against Danny Van Trijp, followed by the 101 average against Shane McGuirk. Van Schie
44.
is improving.
With the way things have gone so far, now we are trying to predict the future, I guess. We tried that on Wednesday and it didn't work. We actually had one of the most nail-biting Group A
41.
campaigns we've ever seen in a Champions Week. But going back to Series 4, when Rhys Robinson won Group C with 18 points, so that's 9 wins from his 10 matches, he was closely followed by Barry Van Peer, who won 8 of his 10 matches. You think about some of the players that were in that group. That was a really good Group C. You had Patrick van den Bogaard,
57.
Andy Bolton, Rennie Adams, and Jelle Klaassen. It was actually Jelle Klaassen that finished bottom of the table on 4 points. If people don't get going in the bottom half of this table, it could come to pass that
100.
this is just like Series 4, where 2 people dominate and are never in trouble. Coincidentally, that 18-point total from Robinson in Series 4 in Group C,
137.
that is a standalone record. Nobody, apart from Rhys, has found 18 points in a Group C in a Champions Week. There have been plenty who've got 16.
100.
That is the most popular Group C winning total.
Feels like it could be the same this week as well, doesn't it? Because these two, Andy Hamilton and Jimmy Van Schie, so far been head and shoulders above the rest in regards to the consistency that they have found in their game.
140.
And you can't
Jimmy
split them in the
requires
first leg.
126.
Funny that, isn't it? Oh, we're about to. That is an incredible dart. 6. It's a
Games on the
superb effort
first
from
leg.
Jimmy.
Jimmy Van Schie.
He's got plenty of fans in Portsmouth. And I think they're starting to get excited about the fact that they might have to come
Second
back
leg, Andy
to the
throw
live
first.
lounge to cheer him on a Champions Night once again. He's already getting close to it. I remember that night when he was here with Van Velsen and West and others.
123.
That night was loud. Maybe one of the loudest nights we've ever had here.
You feel like we're building up to that in just a couple of
60.
days' time as well. Saturday, the big grand final, £25,000 on the line, a place in the ADC Global Championship. Big, big day on the horizon. These
Absolutely.
are the final sort of qualifying spots, aren't they? Because that's what this kind of
96.
feels like on a week like this, doesn't it? It feels like we're playing qualifiers.
I think some dart players are obsessed with that. If I do this, I will qualify for this.
92.
It's about being in the now. And I think Vincent van der Voort earlier today was talking about Andy doing that the best today. He's focused on right now, not his next game, not qualifying for Saturday, not the Global Championship. He's
100.
in the game.
Enjoying the journey.
Funnily enough, what you just said about
100.
the £25,000, I think that would be Andy Hamilton's biggest ever winning check. Because all of the biggest checks in his career have been for runners-up prizes, including the World Final, which was £100,000.
95.
Darts isn't necessarily all about the Benjamins. It's about legacy.
84. Andy requires 87.
You have that conversation with someone, they ask you, what have you won? And then you say, well, I got to this stage, when in fact he could just say, I won the Super Series.
And that there, the impact of that
55.
deflected dart from Jimmy Van Schie going with the 5 with the last dart forces and doesn't force Andy Hamilton, should I say, to have to go onto the bullseye. He's allowed to go his own route, pick his own way, and he's chose double 16. Oh, another one skidding off the
79.
dart.
Andy
His darts are
requires
not behaving the
32.
same way this week.
Game
That is a
on the
lovely shot
second
from Andy
leg.
to make this one
Andy Hamilton.
tied at 1 each. And if Jimmy was to have some sort of mishap with his
Third
darts,
leg,
if
Jimmy
he needed to borrow one
throw
from
first.
somebody else, funnily enough, if you look at the shape of these, they're the same as Andy Hamilton's. In
100.
fact, I'm pretty sure that somebody told me once that Jimmy's were actually modelled on Andy Hamilton's.
I don't think Jimmy's
100.
are actually a custom dart. I think they're one out of a range. I think it might be called a Nightfall off the top of my head.
Nightfall?
100.
If you were going to market Jimmy Van Schie's darts, what would you call them?
The Tallies.
$95.
That's a much better shot. Piercing the board
125.
in the right way. With no wobble. You notice that Andy stands very proud, very upright, pushing the dart towards the board. Whereas Jimmy has to decrease his height to be at the right kind of level from the floor.
136.
How much does he decrease his height by? Maybe about 4 or 5 inches?
Oh, at least.
45. Andy requires 170.
Yeah, I've had a 170 this week. Let's have another. It's hammer time. That would have been sweet for Andy.
122.
But imagine if Jimmy can hit
Jimmy
back
requires 131.
with a 51 and 2 double tops, if he so chooses.
Andy Hamilton left nothing to chance, did he? He's very well aware that Jimmy Van Schie could come in and pinch his
95.
pocket there and
Andy
give him the full
requires
respect
48.
by going for the bullseye. Sometimes, though, it's worth the roll of the dice so that you come back with 3 darts in hand.
Game
Not
shot
that he's
left,
going to need
third
them.
leg.
2 will do.
Andy Hamilton.
He's never really been a dice guy. In fact,
Fourth leg, Andy to throw
a lot of
first.
people who know Andy and have done so for a long time, he's the kind of person who's made life pretty simple. He's not like some dart players who have a multitude of hobbies. Darts is his passion, his vocation, and his hobby all in one.
100.
I don't know where he'd be right now if it wasn't for the Modus Super Series and the ADC system. He'd obviously find somewhere to play, but I think this system really has helped him.
And it gives you hope as well, doesn't it?
100.
It dangles the carrot. It gives you a platform to play on, which ultimately is what you're always wanting, isn't it? That's why people always chase the full-time professional ranks before, because it was the only place you could get broadcasted matches.
What a shot that is. What Jimmy did with that second dart is a rare skill. It wobbled a little bit. Dart 2 propped it up. That was the first 180 of this game. I don't think we're going to get a better one.
77.
Good quality. Both averaging 97 here at the halfway point, potentially, of the match. I think he's starting to figure something out.
99.
He might have had a little bit of fortune earlier on against Richard McKee, but boy, has he used it well.
Has the feel and the vibe of a game that's going to go the distance this one.
74. Jimmy requires 122.
Players just coming in and out of their best as the game goes on, but this could be one of the best from Jimmy Van Schie.
115.
Fine effort, but he's left it a little bit tricky.
Andy requires 154.
That should he get another opportunity. Oh, that sat perfectly for Andy Hamilton. Just didn't catch the barrel
76.
and very wasteful. We've been lauding him for his experience and his play, but that was a little bit silly.
Jimmy requires 7.
Let's come back to that if we need to.
No score.
Well, for the life of me, I have no
Andy
idea
requires
what he was doing.
78.
Why did Andy throw that last dart the way he did? Is he about to get away with it? Most
Game
definitely.
shot on the 4th flag.
So many questions
Andy
about leg
Hamilton.
4. Where do we start? 1. Why is Jimmy
5th
going for a
flag,
1?
Jimmy to throw first.
Secondly, why is Andy throwing that 3rd dart away in the penultimate visit at double 19? Was that a distractionary tactic? Was he trying to engage the subconscious mind of Jimmy Van Schie?
140.
Jimmy's raging, isn't he? Very rarely do you see him frustrated, but even now he's still thinking of that last leg. Even after hitting the 140, coming back, throwing the arms around. He's angry. He's frustrated.
180.
But for Jimmy, he's got to look at this situation where he only needs one breaker throw. Right now, the first thing's to hold his darts.
100.
Andy Hamilton looking to get the job done, move himself onto 8 points and put himself in a very, very good position. Exceptional darts from the hammer.
135.
Couldn't agree more. The last time he was in a Champions Week was in Series 9. He was in Group B with David Davies, Tom Sykes,
100.
Kai Gotthard of Germany, and Darius Labanauskas. And that group was tense to say the least. It was won on 10 points. Andy was bottom on 6. And we've seen people qualify through Group B in this series on 6 points.
100.
So we only
Jimmy
just missed out
161.
on Champions Night, ultimately won by the person who won Group B, Darius Labanauskas. But Andy will win this match if he can find 86 with a
93.
double at the end.
Andy requires 86.
To lead the table after 4 rounds. He needs the bull.
45.
Van Schie found a beautiful 68 earlier today. He needs another one because right
Jimmy
now he's
requires
hanging on
68.
by his very big fingernails. It's been up and down this double. But this
Game
one
shot on the
is very
5th
much
flag.
up.
Jimmy Van Schie.
First time today we've seen somebody vocalize their emotions. And this is something that a lot of
6th
people
flag,
have been
Andy
surprised
to
by over the last
throw
couple of days.
first.
The emotions have been quite tepid. Maybe Thursday is where things go to the next level.
Is that the red rag to the ball, though? We know over the years Andy Hamilton's loved to get involved with this sort of situation. He's loved a roar.
99.
At one point, probably tried to patent it.
Yeah, I don't think many dart players have done it better than Andy.
Maybe we'll see if he wins this game now that
40.
that sort of flame is starting to flicker.
I get the feeling that one player on the stage is trying very, very hard, and the other one isn't. If you were to gauge Andy's aura from the first leg he played today to
57.
now, there's very little difference. Whereas Jimmy, right now, is trying to squeeze a lemon with chopsticks.
100.
Trust me, that's very hard.
But I do feel like I want to try it now.
Let me know how you get on.
$59.
It's not brilliant after 9 darts, especially when you've got the throw. Jimmy's got a sense of opportunity, but he can't try too hard.
96.
Chris Mason says this all the time. This is a sport where you have to do your best, but not try.
And anyone who's played it, or certainly to a level, will understand exactly what that means. Because the more you try, the more you start to get tense. The more you start to get tense, the more you
58.
start to pull the darts low. They start to kick at different angles. Then you just feel like you're not playing right, and it's a whirlwind of thoughts, isn't it?
If you look at some of the best sprinters in history, they look straight ahead. Usain Bolt is a perfect example of this. He's not putting effort into his running.
95.
It's all about strength, speed, technique. The moment you tense that body up, you lose that elite nature. And that's the same with dart players.
Well, we can't be robotic, can we? We're not built that way, so we have to
123.
rely on that natural side, that natural
Jimmy
fluency,
requires
that rhythm.
170.
Rhythm is your friend. The treble 20 is not Jimmy's. And he's now
96.
praying that Andy does not find
Andy requires
a ton plus checkout
105.
to win another match. Because when he beat Richard McKee in game 8, he took it 106. He
49.
was quite fortunate to get a treble 3 there to
Jimmy
keep the shot
requires
alive.
74.
This game might be going the distance.
And if it does, it will be advantage Jimmy Van Schie, because he would have the throw in the decider.
When he's done this throughout the week, it has worked. This time it doesn't.
42.
That double 16 bet has been very 50-50 this week.
Andy requires 56.
It hasn't been that trustworthy. Can't remember ever seeing him so frustrated. That might be compounded. Hamilton gets his chance to win 4-2 to top the table.
Game.
He
Shot.
doesn't need asking
And
twice.
match. Andy Hamilton.
The Hammer is the man in Group C after 4 rounds. He will not be caught by anybody, but he's still got one more match to play against another Dutchman in Danny van Trijp. That's what we had. Andy Hamilton just shaded the averages, and he was extremely good on the checkouts as well. Ahead of our game with McGuirk and Taylor. Welcome back to live coverage of Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series on Pluto TV. Andy Hamilton can kick back for a while because we won't see him again until game 14. And he will be very relaxed in the knowledge that he will not be caught, maybe at all today. His last game against Danny van Trijp is something he can look forward to now. And the possibility of 10 points is very much there for him. However, for these two players, things are very, very different. Taylor is not off the mark yet.
100.
And he's up against Shane McGuirk, who's played some good darts over the last couple of days. But he, like many others, Matthew, he needs to get a move on.
Well, there's a couple of things here. You mentioned about something being back that hasn't been there for a while. First of all, the smile of Scott Taylor. Whereas having his practice darts, he actually had a smile on his face.
57.
Something we haven't seen today. He's been very frustrated, hasn't he? And it'll be interesting to see how long that lasts. But Shane McGuirk will know here he's got to get into this game very early, like he is doing, because he'll be aware of what Scott Taylor's feeling right now. Because this is what Shane McGuirk would have been feeling on Monday when it wasn't going well. The darts aren't going right. You're not throwing
85.
them well. And you can see the frustration in Scott Taylor throughout the day. That's exactly where Shane McGuirk was. And he's managed to turn it around and make himself very competitive in getting close to Saturday night. So he knows at any moment Scott Taylor can burst into life. So I think these early legs are key for Shane.
63.
Seems to be making
Shane
an early
requires
statement, that's for sure.
121.
And we do know about this habit of his of getting better as the day goes on. Just look at yesterday.
41.
That's the first start he's been craving all week. And the fact that he walks away with 85 tells you everything
Shane
you need to know.
requires 80.
Just don't hit the flight.
60.
So there are
Scott
more than
requires 111.
a couple of ways of missing that tops. Interesting route. I don't think I'm a fan of it. Look at the way his darts land in the board, very upright. If he gets the 51, he's got to go 20 for tops. With the dart in the way. Don't like
Shane
it.
requires 20.
Maybe he's just trying something different.
Game shot,
It hasn't
first
worked.
leg.
And
Shane
McGuirk
McGuirk.
breaks immediately. In their 3 meetings over the last 3 days,
Second
they
leg.
shared the
Shane
spoils on
to
Monday and
throw
Tuesday, but it was
first.
Taylor that actually beat McGuirk yesterday against the darts for the first time.
70.
That is what McGuirk would like to do today.
$43.
He genuinely just doesn't know what's happening. Some dart players are very good at hiding how they feel.
60.
Scott Taylor right now, if you played cards against him, you'd go all in.
Well, I think you'd get a call from him because he'd do 2 things. He'd either have a double up or he'd be leaving. And I think right now he's okay with the all or nothing scenario.
22.
There are some people here this week where £25,000 would make
60.
an enormous difference in their life. I don't think that's Shane McGuirk. He had a very big check at the end of last year. Oh, that's more like it.
180.
What is it you said a little bit earlier on? Like a red rag to the bull?
96.
Maybe that 180 will be just that. Don't see it.
22.
I'm afraid I've got to. In darting vernacular, that is known as a back to normal. If you follow a 180 with a score like 22,
35.
that's what all of your teammates would say. Just trying to rib you.
Both pause for a moment there because that could have been 4 visits of absolute insanity.
72.
Still kind of is. Not able to
Shane
leave a finish there,
requires
Taylor.
80.
So Shane McGuirk to confirm the breaker throw he had in the opening leg. He
Game shot
does.
on the
Nice,
second
clean
leg.
finish there from
Shane
Shane McGuirk,
McGuirk.
who's growing in confidence, averaging 91 here and looking very, very competitive.
Third leg, Scott to throw first.
Well, I'm really glad that he brought the old blue thing from the pocket today. He was actually signalling at some point yesterday that he was struggling with something and he forgot to use it. Now he's using it.
Expert analysis there as well from Paul Nicholson. The blue thing.
38.
I don't know what it is. Could be a cloth, a towel, something made of microfibers. I've seen all sorts in this game.
And he won't even let us have a look at it, will he?
100.
Won't leave it on the table so we can see.
Maybe it's a secret weapon. Maybe it's the kind of thing you can buy off a shopping channel.
100.
I can see Shane doing that. Being on a shopping channel. New miracle towel from Shane McGuirk.
96.
Guaranteed results or your money back.
I also like the way Shane McGuirk's now
60.
picked up the voice of Duffman.
I'm not going to insult him by doing his own accent. Have about 5 million people at me and knocking on my door.
138.
He's doing exactly what he needs to do here. He's picking this game apart.
59. Shane requires 167.
It's pretty tidy from Shane. This is a mid-90s average.
139.
He's getting better as well. But Taylor's performance is more like an NXS track. It's mystifying.
57. Shane requires 28.
Now, what does he do here?
No score.
Right thing?
The danger is he could go into the same pattern again, but the bonus is he's got more points to play with. A little bit of the blue thing to get himself ready.
I'm not going to call it the blue meanie. Yeah,
76.
the action is starting to break down now as well for
Shane
Taylor.
requires 28.
Can he get it right this time? Of course he
Games on
can.
the third leg.
And when you look at his leg
Shane
difference,
McGuirk.
it could have been a lot worse. It's only -2.
Fourth leg.
If he can get a
Shane
4-0
to
victory and 2
throw
points, he won't be that far off Jimmy Van Schie.
No, I'm not one who really likes
first.
to
96.
promote or draw attention to the negativity of a performance too much, but I feel in this case we have to. First of all, Scott Taylor's averages have dropped significantly game on game. 81, 75, 68, and he's around that same mark
140.
again here. 2 of the 3 games so far he's lost by 4 legs to 0, and in those 4-0 defeats, he didn't get a single dart at a double, and he's repeating
45.
it once again here. To not get a dart at a double in 11 legs of play without response,
96.
that's not going to cut it on a regulation week.
No, it won't. And it can completely cripple your confidence. And if you talk about Taylor,
140.
and we have many, many times,
95.
the thing you hear most of the time is how well he's offered scoring. He's usually a 180 machine.
Has the demeanour changed here? It looks like to me that Scott Taylor's ready to throw in the
Scott
towel here.
requires 170.
Hit the 170. Well, that would have been his 8th in this building. He already holds the record at 7. But there's been 0 emotion from McGuirk. All business from him. Taylor's been all emotion.
48.
And unfortunately, it could be 3
Shane
games without a
requires
dart at a double
40.
today. That's the case
Game,
because McGuirk
shot,
had a job to
And
do.
the match.
He has
Shane
executed that
McGuirk.
plan really, really well. That is the kind of performance that you want to put in all the time. That is a world-class, steady performance from Schie. The average of 95 and change, 50% on the doubles, threw in a maximum there towards the end. That was excellent, and he is now on 4 points in the table.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuirk.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
He's well and truly in range. A maximum visit at the perfect time. He's on a double. But we know Harrison loves the ball.
He's going to need a treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison. A wonderful 171 to leave double 4. What does Harrison do? Take out the 1-2-1 for the title. Well, I said he had to be perfect. He was near perfect in the last 2 legs of that one, Matt Eckert.
Yeah, we're having a look back at some of the famous moments in Champions Weeks here at the Modus Super Series, and you could say that the Andreas Harrison 121 checkout to beat Cam Crabtree in Series 7 may well be the greatest one of them all. He won Series 7, and then a few months later, Marvin Van Velzen would pick up the trophy in Series 8. He would beat Jimmy Van Schie, also again going all the way to the wire. He now plying his trade on the PDC Pro Tour. Andreas Harrison looks as if he may well be destined for the Pro Tour come 2026. Well, Danny Van Trijp and Richard McKee will be hoping to get to the end game on Saturday, but they've got work to do if they're going to do exactly that. They go head-to-head in the 12th match of the session. As far as the days are concerned, Danny Van Trijp picked up his first win last time out. It was a good display against Scott Taylor. It wasn't too much by way of opposition being thrown at him by Scott, but Danny with an average of 91.09, 4 from 5 in terms of finishing in that contest, including a 144 checkout. Just beginning to get better as the day moves along, but you get the sense if he's going to get himself in play here, he's probably going to have to win this one and probably then going to have to beat Andy Hamilton in the last, Vincent.
Yeah, I think so too. This is the last two matches he needs to win, especially Andy Hamilton. Keep close to him then. Andy is on 8 points, and then he could be on 6, so then you're on touching distance for tomorrow. But first things first, he has to beat McGee now first.
Whose games so far today have by and large gone all the way to the wire. It's only getting our money's worth with him. 4-3 the first two, 4-2 his last against Andy Hamilton in game 8 of the session. But yes, he got off to a slow start, Van Trijp. But there were signs even in that 4-1 defeat to Jimmy Van Schie that it was just beginning to trend in the right direction. Averaged just under 92 in that contest. It was 7 missed darts and a double that was his undoing in that particular match.
Yeah, after the last match, he feels a lot better, of course. You won a match. That's always what you want as a player, that you're on the board, that you're not on that irritating 0. so and they both have that, so they can play now. And yeah, if they win, they do a very good business.
Well, McKee's left himself on 80 after 12.
60.
Should get a
Richard
dart
requires 80.
Get himself on the board. But there's been a few of them today. He chuckles, but I'm sure inside he's absolutely infuriated.
29. Danny requires 141.
Up in the way he would have liked to. Van Trijp, though, isn't going to punish with a 141, which McKee missed double 12
60
off in the previous match for a 9 darter.
Richard requires 51.
So double top to get on the board.
31.
Immediately a time
Danny
for
requires
Van
81.
Trijp to step in and finish this one off and hurt your opponent. Double 13.
55.
You let him get away with it.
Richard
For
requires
McKee now,
20.
these need to go. Oh, sloppy dart. 5 left. 1. Double 2.
16.
Long way off it. That was nervy
Danny
darts.
requires
Was, again,
26.
a lot of tension on the arm.
Game shot the
Van
first
Trijp,
leg.
just punished him.
Danny Van Trijp.
And this is the problem with McKee today. He's just sometimes he's
Second
just too
leg.
tense.
Danny to throw first.
Not playing freely.
Is that the sense of occasion perhaps coming into play?
What?
The sense of
100.
occasion playing in a Champions Week coming into play.
Of course that is. I mean, he knows that he's playing against opponents who are really good, so he wants to show that he's capable of doing the same things.
140.
And then the first, I think the first match was key for him. He was playing so good, 158 finish. He had Jimmy Van Schie under control.
100.
Yeah, he messed it up, and I think that still is in his head.
13.
And if you're Danny Van Trijp right now, you're thinking jump or over this.
Yeah, you need to read your opponent sometimes in a match. Yeah, you have to read now. Okay, he's not playing well. I don't have to hit the ton 80s or the spectacular shots. Just be consistent and make sure that he's constantly on the
41.
in trouble, and he thinks about it. This is just really wise. Put it on 71 after 12 darts. Very good leg. So McGee knows he has to hit 2 trebles to leave a finish minimum.
99. Danny requires 71.
Well, there's a fear here for Richard. This game could be over in next to no time at all. Van Trijp double 16,
Game
14
shot on the
darter,
second
2-0.
leg.
And so
Danny
far,
Van
this has been a ruthless performance from the Dutchman.
He doesn't have to play brilliant, but he's playing
Third
good.
leg,
That's
Richard
it.
to throw
You have to
first.
stay consistent now and play good. So McGee knows that he has to play well to get a leg on the board.
55.
Well, kind of the story of Danny's week last week. Didn't have the X factor that perhaps the likes of Raymond Smith had, but he played well enough to get himself through. Then when it
60.
mattered on Saturday night, he got the job done.
Yeah, there's so many different ways to win this tournament. That makes it so interesting. You could be
60.
playing like Sean McGuirk bad for 2 days and still end up winning a tournament. And if you come in Group C, you can still
81.
win the tournament. And you can have so many lost matches and so many poor matches. But if you just scrape through on finals night, everything can happen.
That's the thing. You could play well for 15 matches in a Group A, but at the end of the week, £25,000 is being paid out based on one best of 7 match.
60.
Exactly, yeah. This is probably the only tournament where you can lose more matches than win and still be the champion.
Particularly if you're starting in Group B
91.
tonight, because usually if you win half your matches, you're guaranteed to be through.
Yeah, you can start in Group A, playing 15 minutes, lose 13.
100.
Win 2
Richard
in
requires
Group C, you win
170.
your group, and you win finals night. You probably would have won more matches than lose, but yeah, who cares?
98.
When that money goes in the bank account, you don't care one bit how you did it. As it Chris
No.
Mason says, you don't write averages on trophies.
No, that's for sure. Yeah.
140.
And that's true. Eh?
Richard
I mean,
requires
everybody,
72.
of course, everyone want to be spectacular. Everyone want to play the shots that everybody talks about in 10 years. But at the end of the day, you
Game
just
shot
want
on
to
the
win the
third
trophy.
leg.
That's it.
Richard McKee.
To win trophies, you've got to win legs and you've got to win matches. And McKee gets his first of this
Fourth
one.
leg,
Brings
Danny
it back to
to
2-1. Just
throw
ask the
first.
question of Van Trijp.
It was a very good finish. 72.
60.
Could have been a lot of trouble if he missed that one. And now he's back in the match.
Because the consequence of missing it could have been huge. Van Trijp takes a 60 out. He's 3-0 up and then would have had the darts in this leg to have
26.
got the job done.
That's
100.
just good steady ton. Your opponent started with 26, so you know he needs 2 trebles now to catch you up. There's only 1 treble, so you know you have to read the game. You don't have to go full. You have to just be consistent. Another ton is good enough. The 140 is very good.
140.
You leave your opponent. You give your opponent something to think about.
$100.
He's got on top of his opponent again as Van Trijp, and he's got 6 on 201 to re-establish the 2-leg buffer. But
45.
that's a little bit of a slip, which can be punished if McKee can find a couple of trebles.
That's a lovely third dart. You can use that one. Yeah, it should be a 180 now.
180.
That's a great moment for him to get back in
Danny
the match.
requires 156.
So all of a sudden, this game has turned on its head. Van Trijp can't take out the 156, so the
60.
max has left McKee
Richard
on a
requires
2-darter.
95.
He goes to bull route. We haven't seen that today. Another
Game
great
shot on the
finish.
fourth leg. Richard McKee.
2 very clinical finishes there from Richard McKee, and from
Fifth
2-0
leg,
down, he's back level at
Richard to
2-2
throw first.
and has the darts to go in front for the first time. And suddenly, we pose the
58.
question of Danny Van Trijp.
Yeah, it's good to see that McKee, what he's capable of. He showed some bits in this
100.
today that you can see he's a very, very good player. Without any experience, he played really well.
100.
I think one thing he'll realise being in an arena like this on a week like this is he's going to be judged by a different set of standards. What sometimes you're able to get
60.
away with maybe in a regulation week, you're not able to at a Champions Week. And this for him is just the most incredible learning curve as he looks to progress further in his career. Well, you'd feel he'll be back for the
43.
next series as a direct invitee.
Yeah, you can see he's good enough. He's in
83.
Champions Week now. He won a week, and that was a bonus for him, I think. I don't know what his ambitions are in his life, but yeah, you can see he's a good player.
60.
Good shot from Trijp.
140.
Looks like he can break back again. And that's something that McKee needs to learn. A good dart player knows that when he needs a good
55.
leg, that he hits
Danny
a good
requires
leg.
118.
A good dart player makes sure that he doesn't get broken easily. And he after 15 darts from
58.
185 is not good enough.
Effectively, in this scenario, you want your opponent to work hard to break you effectively.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you need to do.
Danny
This is,
requires
too
60.
easy. You can still win the leg, but you have to finish 120 now. But
Game
you
shot
get
on the
broken
fifth
after
leg.
with an
Danny
18
Van
darter
Trijp.
from your opponent. That's something you don't want.
Sixth leg, Danny
Trijp
to
gets that break. He
throw
moves in
first.
front again and now has the darts to win. And it would put him on to 4 points in the group. And
100.
if he can win this by a 4-2 scoreline, he'll be to within a leg of Shane McGuirk on legs difference. The final round of fixtures sees Scott Taylor take on Jimmy Van Schie. Danny would then take on Andy Hamilton. So if he was to win that game, the worst case scenario is he'll be a couple of points off the top of the table. And then the last match of the session, Shane McGuirk
45.
takes on Richard McKee.
How up and down his game has been for McGee. Nobody beat him easy. He was 3-0 down, fought himself back into 3-2 and almost made 3-all. And now again, I mean, Van Trijp was all over him in the first 2 legs, but he came back strong. So mentally, he's tough to beat.
$85.
How big a slip is that going to be as Van Trijp looks to punish, but now he strays wide into the single 5.
Ooh,
38.
that's a bad score.
Richard requires
Should be
142.
3-all from here on.
You could do it in 3, but double 11 goes a begging.
120.
It's always it's a choice to go for the second treble. If you need to finish it, then I understand it. But now you're on 22.
Richard requires
and you're
22.
giving yourself a very tough double 11. Don't go inside now.
No score.
And now
Danny
he's presented an
requires
opportunity
78.
for Danny Van Trijp to win this contest. He's going to get 1 dart at double 9, and he only needs 1 dart at double 9.
And the match,
And following
Danny
a slow
Van
start
Trijp.
to the day, Danny Van Trijp has won each of his last 2 and has put himself back into play in this Group C. As for Richard McKee, there was sparks in that game, but 8 missed darts and a double came back to cost him. Van Trijp a 4-2 winner. Coming up after the break, Scott Taylor takes on Jimmy Van Schie as we kick off the final round of matches. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophied. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuirk.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. As you can see, Jimmy Van Schie and Scott Taylor are getting ready to duel. We'll see them in action in a few moments' time. But before the break, we saw Danny Van Trijp get his second win of the day with a 4-2 victory over Richard McKee. We also saw wins for Shane McGuirk and Andy Hamilton in the last round of fixtures. That 4-2 win for the Hammer means that he's on 8 points. Jimmy Van Schie, that was his first defeat of the day. We can see what those results have done in terms of the league standings going into the final round of fixtures for the day. Andy Hamilton, 4 from 4, 8 points to his name, looking to complete the card against Danny Van Trijp in the next one. Jimmy Van Schie looking to finish his day with 8 against Scott Taylor, who's yet to pick up a point so far. 4 apiece to Shane McGuirk and Danny Van Trijp. They are looking to keep close chase with the top 2 come the end of the day's play. Well, game 13 is a meeting between Scott Taylor and Jimmy Van Schie. 2 players that dropped out of Group A. Jimmy surprisingly dropping out of Group A into Group C, finishing 4th in the end. Scott Taylor, well, it's been a week to forget for the former champion so far. Came in with lofty hopes and expectations of potentially becoming only the 2nd player to have won this title on more than one occasion. But even as we head towards the end of day 1 of this particular group, it looks like his race in terms of doing that may well be run. He looks a tired, forlorn figure on the stage.
Game on.
But we also know that Scott Taylor's the type of player that at any given moment, because of his maverick nature, could at the very same time go on and do Saint Spectacular.
82.
But it just doesn't look likely, does it, Vincent?
No, you see that in the first throw straight away, 1 dart miss, and you see his face. It's not his day. I expected a lot more from him, and a little disappointed in his performance, but so he will be disappointed in himself. He knows how much better he can play, and then
125.
it must be frustrating. It must be a long day for him as well, because you know that you can perform so much better, and nothing works today.
As for Jimmy Van Schie, he will see this game as a potential opportunity. An opportunity to move on to 8 points against a man that, well, wants to throw him underarm.
Yeah.
I take it he knows it's darts, not tennis he's playing right now.
But this is difficult for Van Schie as well, eh? Because you know you need a big win for the legs, and also you know you have to win this one because everybody else beat him.
81.
So that makes it mentally a tough match. He is getting a Barney attack. Just right in here.
28.
Live on Pluto TV.
Well, one thing it looked like he was kind of saying, and it is very hot out in the auditorium, it looked like possibly one of the things he's struggling with perhaps is his grip.
Oh, that can easily be the case, yeah. But he played it so many times. So that,
Jimmy requires
he must be prepared
80.
for that. Look what Jimmy's going to do now. 1 dot tops.
60.
Maybe a 1-2-8
Scott requires
can change
128.
can change his attitude.
Well, he's hit nothing all day and then
108.
really found a 1-2-8. Double 10 doesn't
Jimmy
go, and that's the
requires
target Van
20.
Schie wants for the break.
Game shot in the first leg.
She gets and leaves
Jimmy Van
1-0.
Schie.
Good start for Van Schie. He knows his opponent is in a bad, mentally in a
Second
bad
leg,
state, so
Jimmy
you want to keep him there as long as possible and just be clinical.
83.
And this is also what he can do now. Just throwing them away and then hits a 180.
And then the ironic celebration, which was reciprocated by his opponent, who nearly fired one back himself.
140.
And you get the sense that this game is going to be played at a fairly relaxed, natured pace. It was hard for Scott to stomach at times today's action. And
85.
I think he's just resorted to, hey, let's throw him, have some fun, and see what happens next.
Personally, I hate those games. I like a little bit of needle. I like tension when there's tension between players. But the moment it's impossible to be mad at Scott Taylor because he's doing everything for everybody to make it as easy as possible.
Don't worry, when someone's playing
69.
for 25 grand on Saturday, I think there might be a bit of needle then.
I hope so, really. I like it when sports is where when it goes against each other and when you're celebrating and
140. Scott requires
it's even better if they don't like each other.
167.
Got to have those rivalries.
Yes.
Well, Scott Taylor's had one big rival today, and that's been the dartboard, which
97.
And himself.
Jimmy requires 80.
he punched it in the last game. Well, this for 2-0. And because he hasn't taken
40.
it, Taylor's left on 70, and all of a sudden Van Schie could get him boiled here.
Scott
Yeah, exactly,
requires
because this
70.
is a good leg from Taylor. He's on 70 after 12 darts, so that is pretty good. And all
Game
of a
shot
sudden
in
he
the
hits a
second
double,
leg.
and Van Schie is
Scott
just
Taylor.
laughing around with him, and everything, but he could be in trouble now. And that's why you need your
Third
opponent
leg,
when he's in a
Scott
bad
to
mood.
throw
You
first.
keep him there. Don't be friendly with him, because maybe he relaxed it now and then plays a lot better,
100.
and he does it against you.
And I suppose the mentality of both players can be
93.
completely different, where Scott will feel as if nothing's left to lose. His campaign in terms of qualifying for is probably where Jimmy Van
57.
Schie knows that he can do himself a massive favour if he wins this match.
Yeah, he will be gutted if he loses this one.
80.
And Scott Taylor just thinks, okay, I'm just throwing them away. It wasn't my day, and maybe I can win in one.
45. 81.
It's not actually a bad game when you have a look at the numbers, but it has felt very, very stop-start.
Yeah, because it's one leg is very good and the other one is not so good. And also the
99.
body language and how Scott Taylor is walking on that stage. You feel he doesn't want to be there.
100.
Get the sense that as frustrated as he'll be is how relieved he'll be once today is over. And then, and this is Scott Taylor to a T. He's such a maverick. Where nothing happens and all of a sudden he could just turn it on at any given moment.
See, in the moment, he's just the first dart is everything for him. If the first dart is good, then it's a good score. If the first dart is off, he doesn't follow with a treble or anything.
And Scott here can find himself 2-1 in front in a couple of moments' time. 75 required. Big passive play this.
75.
But Schie's threatening the break once more, but Taylor to get his nose in front.
He is so annoyed with himself. Good last one.
52.
Leaves himself on 23.
Jimmy requires 52.
You see that Fensky has a very difficult time to concentrate himself on his match, and he's got himself to blame for that. He was too friendly.
Game shot
after
and
the first leg.
third
I'm sorry I have
leg.
to say
Jimmy
that,
Van Schie.
he has to keep him out of the match, and now he's annoyed himself.
Fourth leg. Jimmy to
He's 2-1
throw
up,
first.
but so that's a good thing for him. But now he has to just throw a 15 darter and go 3-1 up.
100.
Interesting, no eye contact as Van Schie walked straight back down the hockey after getting the break, telling his opponent he's been broken. Jimmy knows he wins this game.
43.
8 points for the day. He has put himself in a really good position to return to Champions Night. A Champions Night where he's got a bit of unfinished business, losing out in the
60.
Series 8 final to Marvin van Velzen. One of the all-time campaigners here is Jimmy. Both these players actually 4-time weekly winners. Only Steve West has won more weekly titles here
80.
at the Super Series than these two.
Yeah, those great numbers, eh? I remember the week that Van Velzen beat him in the final.
81.
4-3. He was a better player, but Van Velzen won his own legs all the time, and yeah, you can see what it done to him. He's got a tool card now, and he's
43.
a good player. He's become a good player.
One off of that Super Series assembly line. 23 players last year played at the Super Series and then got a tour card at Q School in January.
Really? That's very good numbers.
140.
But to be fair, if you're you're top amateur and you have ambition, this is the place you want to be. You want to test yourself, and I can't imagine that you don't want to play here.
Jimmy requires 120.
Or you're not trying to come here.
88.
Well, Jimmy's beginning to really get back into the groove now. Eyes fully dialed in.
Yeah, no
100.
pressure on that 32.
Jimmy requires
That's
32.
straightforward.
Game shot in the
3-1 up.
fourth leg. Jimmy Van Schie.
You see, Taylor is just happy when it's over. He want to
Fifth
forget
leg,
about this day
Scott to
and,
throw first.
and come back tomorrow and try and make the best of it.
Champion in Series 6 beat Tom Sykes in the final by 4-1 to lift what is
60.
his biggest career trophy to date. Of that, there's no doubt whatsoever. Matter of fact, he's got a record that can literally never
92.
be taken away from him. And that's the highest televised average in a BDO televised match in the United Kingdom. Hit it in the 2019 World Trophy, 106.
140.
That is really good.
They literally can never be broken.
No. That's true as well.
140. 60.
Well, then Schie now with an opportunity to get this game won once and for all.
41. 95.
He's just thrown them away. So Van Schie knows that he has him, but still you have to do it. So you have to keep in the trebles and keep concentrating, because
39.
before you know it, it's 3-all and it's a difficult game to win then.
Scott requires 146.
It's one of those awkward games you just want to get done as quickly as possible.
33.
That's probably the right thing to say. It's an awkward game to play in, and it's an awkward game to watch, because they're both struggling, and Van Schie knows he's a much better player in the moment.
57.
But he can't make it easy for
Scott
himself.
requires 113.
And perhaps one of the things that makes it more awkward in regulation, where you're probably expected to win this 4-0, but this is a guy who's picked up this title, and for as much as today has been up and down, he could just as easily take out the 113 checkout.
97. Jimmy
For this
requires
to end the day with
132.
8 points in his pocket. Well, if he finds the treble 19, he may have needed dart of the day on the ball.
It would be very
64.
difficult to hit that from that position.
Scott requires 16.
Let's see if he can hit double 8, yeah.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Scott Taylor.
The reaction says it all,
Sixth leg, Jimmy to throw first. .42.
You can see on Van Schie, he finds it difficult to play in these circumstances. That he knows his opponent is not playing well, and he's fed up with himself. But he can't put that aside and just put in a very good performance himself. The averages are dropping, and yeah, he's struggling himself now.
59.
I'm just beginning to. I could be completely wrong here, Vincent, but I'm just beginning to get the sense that Jimmy, ever since the 180 thing, he's trying not to get embroiled in it, but I think he's finding it
43.
more and more difficult to find to not get himself embroiled into it. The more and more we're seeing Scott struggle.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, because he's now all of a sudden he hits 240 scores.
39.
Yeah, he finds it very hard to find his first dart in the treble or near the treble. This is a very good shot.
140.
Gets a big lead, and now you just hope that you see he's pointing at his head, that he must think about it as well. He's frustrating
81.
about his game and about his the game of his opponent as well.
And the thing is, he wins this game. Whatever's happening is irrelevant. He's got the 2 points that he needed.
60.
Oh yeah, he will be that will be forgotten pretty quick. But if you lose this match, then it will stay for a while.
134.
Well, Van Schie now looking to finish this game off once and for all. The 140 leaves him on 76 to finally get rid of Scott Taylor. Today
28.
has just not gone
Jimmy
to plan
requires
at
76.
all for the former champ. And so double 8 for Jimmy Van
Game,
Schie to
shot,
finish his day of a
and
4-2 win
Jimmy Van
and to finish
Schie.
day 1 with 8 points on the board. He's in a very good position to get himself into Champions Night. Whilst for the former champion, a day to forget. That the tale of the tape. Van Schie a 4-2 winner. 2 more games to go for us. Danny Van Trijp takes on Andy Hamilton after the break.
.54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. Charlie have required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Schie wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Schie.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Schie!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've got a couple of games to go here in Group C on Thursday. It has been rather dominant from Jimmy Van Schie and Andy Hamilton so far, but if you take into consideration a little bit of a revival from Danny Van Trijp and from Shane McGuirk over the last couple of hours, this game takes on quite a lot of significance. In fact, this fixture in this match and in the second game of tomorrow, it could be crucial to see who's in the running and who's possibly out. I'll give you all of the permutations that are possible with Andy versus Danny over the next couple of days. But we've got this one, and then we've got McGuirk against McKee
First leg, Danny to
to
throw
end our first day
Game
in
on.
Group C. But we do have darts tonight from 10 p.m. We've got more new players coming in tonight, including the silencer, Jeff Smith, all the way from
97.
New Brunswick in Canada. But this is vital for Danny Van Trijp, isn't it, Matt? Because if he wins this, he will be within 2 points of Hamilton and Van Schie.
99.
Well, if Hamilton wins this, he's gone through the card, and then he becomes almost that player that for Danny Van Trijp he's hoping he goes and beats everybody else. This
100.
is Danny's only real hope to keep Andy Hamilton within his sights, you feel, because if that gap gets a little bit too big, remember there's only 10 points to play for tomorrow. And there's only 2 spots available going through to Saturday night. Graham Usher's there already.
96.
We'll find out 3 more from our Group B campaign. As you say, very, very good lineup this evening, where I think that's going to be a highly competitive one. where we're gonna-
140.
I think that's going to be decided on legs.
You've gone early with that.
Oh yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be tight, that group. I think Derek Coulson a little bit above the level, and then everybody else very, very small margins to separate.
136. Danny requires 100.
Darts from Hamilton to leave a finish.
60. Andy requires 170.
This is very dependent on where the first dart is. That'll do. Where's the next one? Yeah, that's all right. How about a bull?
134.
Second attempt at that today. Both times he's
Danny
missed
requires
the bullseye
104.
by a distance. Might have to look at plan B here. That 60 is very, very blocked. Just starting to sweat it up on the stage as well. It has been very, very warm in Portsmouth over the last few days. And the
52.
live lounge has been
Andy
getting very warm
requires
on the stage.
36.
Andy really has played some great darts today, but he has had a few slices of fortune. He's
Game's
taken
on
one
the
there.
first leg. Andy Hamilton.
But a 13 darter would have been his if he'd found it with the first dart. 14
Second
he would
leg,
take.
Andy
He would have
to
taken a 15.
throw first.
Everything seems to have gone his way today.
Yeah, it's been an exceptional performance from Andy Hamilton today. Never really been under too much threat, never gone the distance. 4-2, 4-2, 4-2 and 4-0. The scorelines for Andy Hamilton today. And do you know what? Everything about him's just looked composed. Everything's been
58.
timed well. The checkout's been good. The scoring's been good. Every time someone comes up to rival him, he pops something big in just to keep his nose in front the whole time. He has front-run this from start to finish.
Never really been known as a front runner.
85.
He's been more known as a battler. And he has been a very avid Manchester United fan his whole life.
100.
And they've inspired him to great things like getting in the Premier League and making a world final. Well, Man United, if you want to be inspired, how about you look at what Andy's doing today, because he hasn't lost.
57.
And a bit like Manchester United, they've got a new look team this year with Cunha
100.
and Mbumo and Sheshko. If you look at Andy now compared to when he was in the Premier League, I think he looks better now than he did back then.
Last time he was here, he had a really good interview where he mentioned that it doesn't really matter how old he is or how well he's playing.
100.
He just wants to keep playing. He's got to that point now where, of course he wants to win. Of course he's got that drive and that hunger to win. That flame never dies. But he's also at peace with things at the moment where he's also found a way to enjoy the sport again, which you do lose sight of.
56.
Everyone picks up a set of darts because they
And he
want to play a
requires
game and because it's enjoyable and
143.
fun. And at somewhere along the line, it becomes a job and it becomes something that is sort of so striving for
60.
perfection, and the margins
Andy
are so
requires
tight that
134.
you lose the fun for a bit, and he's back to enjoying things again.
That's very nice. Is he looking high? And again.
114.
Even when he misses, it's not by
Danny
much.
requires 83.
Oh no, right. So this just got a lot trickier. Decided not to go double-double. He just
Game
decided to
on
do
the
that, which
second
was
leg.
fantastic.
Danny Van Trijp.
There was a danger, wasn't there, in the middle part of the day that
Third
for Danny Van
leg,
Trijp, this
Danny
could start to
to
run away
throw
from him
first.
because the doubles wasn't quite there. 3 from 14. Lost 4-2 to McGuirk, lost 4-1 to Van Schie.
85.
Performance wasn't quite on point. But since he beat Scott Taylor, it's all been looking quite rosy for him.
Just going back to what you were speaking about in the previous leg. I think Andy's going to be that guy that is playing
43.
darts to the very end. You go to golf courses around the world and You've got local members who are about 80, 85,
140.
pushing their trolley around really slowly, but still knocking that ball around on every green and every fairway. That's what Andy's going to be like on the darts circuit. He's going to attend everything he can until it's physically impossible.
98.
Ah, the Ric Flair of darts.
Well, you look at Paul Lim, he's
60.
13 years older than Andy Hamilton, so Andy might be around for another 20 years, because it is pretty much 20 years since he made his World Championship debut.
But yeah, I agree. Andy Hamilton has found a level, won't he? Whether that's the Super Series,
58.
the Challenge Tour, the PDC, the ADC, the Monday Night Darts and Dominoes, he will find somewhere to play some darts.
91.
He just may have to get a little bit better at his dominoes.
I tell you what, he's played under more codes than the code breakers at Bletchley.
42. Danny requires 125.
There's the 25. Doesn't get the extra 100. Hamilton's just slowed down a little bit since
65.
that first leg. Average is starting to slip. He was never going to maintain 109 for the rest of the day after the first game.
140.
But if he can find little chunks
Danny
of it,
requires 60.
you never know. Well, look on the bright side. That single one isn't really in the way.
20.
He can't recover this time.
Andy requires 120.
This is typically Andy Hamilton. These are the kind of shots he takes against you. You might look at the ball. There's plenty of room. Oh, he went the wrong
95.
side. What a great attempt.
Danny requires 40. Game on the third leg. Danny Van Trijp.
Well, I think that would have been one of those moments that on Champions Week we'd
Fourth
say would be
leg,
one of the
Andy
highlights
to
of the
throw
week.
first.
I remember when Danny was here before he got his tour card. He went to the World Championship and played Steve Beaton and won.
96.
That'll be right up there with one of the best experiences he's ever had. Now he can add Saturday night from last week to that.
100.
So if you think he's going to be intimidated by the reputation of Andy Hamilton, think again. He's played at the greatest place to play. And he's now a winner here. So he's got nothing to be
80.
frightened of. I remember the first time he came here with Jerome McGuirk, a former combatant of Champions Week from a previous series. And I remember them leaving the arena together after Group A, and they would take an electric scooter and go back to their hotel together. And I will never, ever forget the image of Jerome and Danny scootering down the street.
134.
Like they were just two happy kids doing the thing that they love the most.
Well, right now he's one happy kid doing the thing he loves the most on the stage, which is smacking in 180s.
Yeah, his average is starting to climb. Andy's finding it tough to keep up with him, but this is a 50-50 leg right now.
140. Danny requires 120.
50-50 leg, though, of which Andy Hamilton threw first. Big moment in this game. Oh, it's a dart at the ball.
Oh, and he's hit the exact spot that Andy Hamilton hit in the previous leg. But that one takes the leg. Awesome shot. He might be the person to stop the hammer from having that perfect day.
Danny to throw first.
Might be about to throw a little bit of chaos into Group C.
81.
Jimmy Van Schie has finished his day on 8 points and +6 as a leg difference. The fact that Hamilton has got a leg in this game means that he will be top
51.
at the end of the day, come what may. but he could have the International Pairs Champions in his rearview mirror
100.
saying, "Hi, don't forget about us."
I'm sure Andy Hamilton, even if he was to lose this game, would be delighted with his day. However, it's always interesting in which the pattern of play happens, isn't it? Because the fact he's potentially going to lose his last game here,
58.
he'd probably leave a little bit frustrated. It's in reflection later on, he'd probably be happy. Because obviously he wants to leave with that win. If it happened the other way, winning the last 4 games, losing the
100.
first, he'd be delighted with the 8 points.
Darts is a wonderful thing in retrospect, isn't it? You're right. Most of us, if we're going to get 8 points, we'd rather lose the first game and win the next 4. It's the same in any sport.
95.
You always want your last moment to be a good moment. Even if you shoot 59 on a golf course, you don't want to 3-putt the last green.
140.
It is looking like that could be the case. Danny van Trijp has been stepping it up as this game has gone on. And now he's got a bit of time.
Yeah, this really does feel like his
59.
most
Danny
accomplished
requires
performance.
80.
Keeping it simple. This is anything but simple. Pick a side. I'm quite
60.
surprised he went to the left. I thought the right side would be more inviting. He can see the board better than we can. He can also see the finishing line.
100. Danny requires
Trijp hits
20.
this. And he does.
Game. Shot.
He is very
And
much
a
in the
match.
picture
Danny van
after a
Trijp.
very difficult start in his group, losing his first 2 matches. He walks away with 6 points, and he will be ecstatic with that. But Andy's perfect day is halted by the Dutchman, and now we've only got 1 more game to go with McGuirk against McKee.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Last game of Group C on Thursday in Champions Week. And we're going to go all the way over to the Emerald Isle to see North versus the Republic, to see who gets the last 2 points of our campaign here this afternoon. Now, if Richard McKee were to get a victory here, he would equalise Shane's position in the point column of the table. There's a bit of a difference in the leg difference, but if he were to get a big win, he could even overtake Shane.
Game on.
Having said that, if McGuirk, with the throw here, can have a very vital victory,
45.
we are in most likelihood looking at a 4-horse race tomorrow. Your thoughts on that, Matt?
Absolutely, and I think Shane McGuirk's really carried himself well today, hasn't he?
56.
The frustrations of Group A have been put aside, probably drawing inspiration of those stories of players in the past who's done exactly the same thing. Had a bit of a ropey
58.
Group A campaign, didn't really find their form, he certainly couldn't find his technique and his throw. But then comes into Group C, new group, new campaign, last chance. And that matters as well, doesn't it? When
93.
you've got loads of chances, loads of opportunities ahead, you don't have that same sort of jeopardy. It doesn't kick the adrenaline in like the last chance saloon does.
180.
That'll get the juices flowing a little bit. Look at that shot microscopically.
44.
He got the point of that third dart between the other two. Just feels like
42.
McGuirk should win this game. Feels like he's more likely to do so. So the deck may be stacked against McKee, but the good stuff we've seen from him,
44.
it's been in flashes. Missed a 9-darter earlier on double 12. Had a really good start against Jimmy Van Schie, but could not finish the job.
100.
His win against Taylor, that would probably go down as a game that both people would like to forget.
60. Shane requires 76.
That's how you get a first dart in.
60.
Can't complete the job, but he's not under much pressure at all.
Well, the pressure that Shane McGuirk's under isn't
45.
coming at the moment from Richard
Shane
McKee. It'll be coming from the league
16.
table.
Game's on the
Not to
first
mention it's
leg.
coming from himself,
Shane
because he
McGuirk.
will want to get 4 legs without response. That's the ideal situation.
Second leg.
If he were to
Richard
do that-
to throw first.
Or even win by 4 legs to 1, he can jump Danny Van Trijp in the table.
Do you think, though, that this is kind of
82.
potentially perfect placement of this game for Shane McGuirk? Because it's our last game today, so he can potentially win and go home with a victory. And when we look at Richard McKee's
60.
performances, it's been a little bit under the standard of the group, hasn't it? He's struggled a little bit with Champions Week and the extra pressure that comes with that. Shane McGuirk tomorrow, this will be his first match. So if he can
85.
keep Richard McKee down while he's down, he could get 4 points before anyone gets a chance to come back to the hockey.
Well, let's take that one step further, shall we?
140.
Let's say McGuirk wins this game and he beats Richard McKee again. He goes to 8 points, like you've just said. What if Danny Van Trijp beats Hamilton again and he goes to 8 points? Then all of a sudden, there's 4 players on 8 points.
28.
And Jimmy Van Schie would have the game in hand against Taylor, making him the favourite for the group from that point.
I think it's safe to say it's about to get very, very messy over the next couple of games here in Group C, but we won't really know how messy until tomorrow.
So make sure you're with us live on
56.
Pluto TV from 1
Shane
o'clock
requires 167.
as we dust off the Champions Week abacus. Fancy it? Of course he did.
126.
Seen a plethora of big finishes this week from a few different people. But it's not
100.
big finishes that McKee
Shane
needs.
requires
He
41.
needs big scores to even get chances. He's not getting
Game shot
any.
on the second leg. Shane McGuirk.
Hasn't had a dart at a double yet, Richard. And the way that
Third
McGuirk is
leg,
going about his
Shane
business, he might not get
throw
one.
first.
Well, it's two things, isn't it? The way McGuirk's going about his business and the way that Richard is. His scoring power's not been there. Certainly not finding the levels he did when he won his week here at the
134.
Super Series. But it is a big step up, isn't it, at Champions Week? Lots more pressure. More repetitions in the back room, in the
140.
practice area. You know every game you've got to be on it. I mean, we've seen how it's swallowed up a previous winner here in Scott Taylor this week.
100.
What I also like about Group C this week is that there's only one English player in it. In times gone by,
60.
we've had so many players from quite close to Portsmouth who have qualified for groups like this. It really is a mark
60.
of how successful the Super Series is now, that we have so many players from different places around the world, never mind Europe.
100.
He was trying to get 171 to leave 36.
139.
Not a bad consolation prize.
Oh, the standard just keeps rising here from Shane McGuirk.
140.
This is the Shane McGuirk we thought we was going to see
68.
here this week.
This is exactly what he was doing against Scott Taylor in Game 11.
52.
Almost a carbon copy, in
Richard
fact.
requires 61.
Gets a dart at a double. What a beautiful marker that is.
25.
Does not find the right side of it.
Shane requires 16. Game shot on the
No
third
hesitation.
leg.
16 darter.
Shane McGuirk.
And that's pretty much what he's averaging in this game.
Fourth
At
leg.
times this week when he's
Richard
played
to
his
throw first.
5th game of the day, because this is his 20th game of the week, he's looked rather stressed. Look at him now.
140.
He's in control. And that is not something we've said about Shane all week long.
Yeah, it was very uncharacteristic, wasn't it, that
46.
Group A campaign? But it also was very technical related, I think. When you can't quite find your throw, that's where the frustration's coming, because you don't know
60.
how to change it, and you can't change it. You're just sort of hoping. But certainly looking a lot more like the Shane McGuirk we expect in regards to the delivery of the darts, the
40.
balance and that hop. It's still there at times. It's not completely gone, but certainly reduced.
57.
If we look at the week in its entirety, it almost feels like Shane has used Monday as a learning tool. He's learned what not to do for the rest of the week. As for what he's supposed to do, we've seen Group
30.
C end in Champions Week with a 9-darter once. Sebastian Białowski against Anton Östlund. How about a 170 leave, Shane?
95.
Thanks for letting us down. But there's one thing he has not done in this game, and he hasn't let himself down.
44.
140 here would be the absolute perfect shot for Shane McGuirk.
He
100.
just guided that
Richard
third dart
requires
in, didn't
170.
he? McKee might not get any more shots at a double now. He's had a couple at double 18, but his overall
94.
numbers,
Shane requires
they're
80.
pretty symptomatic of what has happened and what's gone wrong for him today. It's a match dart at tops.
60.
That was never there.
Richard requires 76.
He's clinging on to life in this table by the finest of margins.
56.
I think he believes that that is that.
Shane requires 20.
3 out of 8 on the doubles. The average has come below 90 now. He won't care.
Shot.
Because Shane
And the
McGuirk has
match,
accomplished
Shane McGuirk.
his mission in the 15th game of the day. With that 4-0 victory, he will overtake Danny van Trijp. And that is what he's done right there. 17 darts as an average. Good enough to get a 4-0 victory. McGuirk is going to finish 3rd in the table today.
$54. Charlie McGuirk, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuirk, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuirk,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuirk,
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
McGuirk,
Schie wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuirk,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Schie.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Schie!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first day's worth of action in this Champions Week Group C has come to an end. Before the break, we saw Shane McGuirk get the better of Richard McKee by 4 legs to 0. But it was a day that was dominated by both Andy Hamilton and Jimmy Van Schie. The pair of them ending their days with 8 points respectively. But the top 4, well, they're all within a couple of points of one another. Shane McGuirk and Danny Van Trijp picking up 3 wins out of 5. Then it's a long way back to Richard McKee in 5th. Scott Taylor, the former champion, didn't pick up a win all day on the opening day's worth of action in Group C. Vincent and Matt are with me here in the studio to look back on the day's play in Group C. And it was a group in the end, Vincent, which looks a lot tighter than maybe we thought it was going to be midway through the day.
Yeah, in the beginning it was Jimmy and Andy Hamilton that made the most points and that looked like they get away. But in the end, it all came together. So very excited for tomorrow.
In terms of the day, as you say, it looked like Andy and Jimmy were going to dominate things, but Shane McGuirk and Danny Van Trijp maybe not playing at their best, but they've got the points on the board importantly.
And here's the problem. We've not learned anything. We've not got any closer to deciding any of these places, because I think before a dart was thrown today, you looked at the group and you went, well, he could win it, he could win it, he could win. And you'd probably pick out 4 names that could do so. I think the only thing we've learned is we've probably substituted Scott Taylor out and replaced with Andy Hamilton, because I don't think Andy Hamilton was maybe getting the credit that he's shown as he deserves before a dart was thrown. But when we take a look at the group and sort of, is there any indication to where we're going? No. I think we are pretty much wide open as we were.
Andy Hamilton, is it fair to say that he was the player of the day today?
Oh, I think so. Yes. He was a very good surprise for me. I saw him play a couple of times, and he was very how do you say that? He was not consistent. But today I thought he was very good, and only one lost the last match, and the rest he was playing really good. So I think he was the player of the day.
Closely followed by Jimmy Van Schie in your book?
I was impressed with Jimmy, actually, because it's not gone his way. You know, Jimmy Van Schie's not come into this group as the start of the week. He's dropped into this group because he finished in the bottom half of the table in Group A. When Jimmy Van Schie plays in a Group E, he expects to be at least in the top half of the table. He doesn't think he's in the bottom half of any Group A table. So he'd have been disappointed dropping in here. Then it didn't quite start great for him. So he really had to show a lot of character. And I say this quite a lot where, you know, it is great when things are going well. We've all had these patches, these purple patches, where we're winning titles, we're playing well, we're picking up wins. It's happened to us all. But it's when it doesn't, how do you come out the other end? Jimmy Van Schie, it didn't happen for him straight away. And he had to dig deep and show a different side of his game, and he did.
Danny Van Trijp got off to a very poor start, lost each of his first 2 games, but we've got to give a lot of credit about the recovery he made to the session. Yeah,
definitely, and that's also very good. If you don't start the day as well as you want to, how do you go up with it? How do you play? And he looked a little bit flat in the beginning of the day, but the last three matches he won, and he must have a good feeling about himself now. He's in the tournament. He knows tomorrow everything is possible, so it looks good for him.
In terms of Shane McGuirk, didn't play his best today, but importantly, he's got the points on the board.
No, I'm really impressed with Shane McGuirk. I'm really impressed with him because it was so easy for him just to turn it in. You know, the way he played on Monday and the way he played Tuesday was, for Shane McGuirk's standards, very poor. It was very poor. We expect a lot more. Shane McGuirk expects a lot more. That's why he was throwing his arms around. That's why he was reacting the way that he was. That was not Shane McGuirk, the player that picked up the Lakeside title. That's not Shane McGuirk that played here at the Super Series before. It was a different version of him. And it was a version that was substandard. To be able to turn that around and find his levels the way he did today, and to be able to pick up those wins and to start producing darts that makes him look like he's contending for the title again, all within a couple of days, big credit to Shane.
And he's very much in play when it comes to tomorrow, isn't he, Shane McGuirk?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't think he still is not playing the way you expect him to play, but he's trying to get in form, and he picks up 6 points today. He's in the mix, and yeah, he will be feeling a lot better than he did on Monday night.
Let's talk about the bottom 2. We'll begin with Richard McKee. I think he's going to take a lot of learnings, isn't he, from this week? We've seen some glimpses of good stuff, but maybe the uppage in quality and the uppage in level maybe at times has found him wanting.
I would say in my assessment he's looked overawed. And maybe what happened to him in game number 1 was the worst thing that could have happened. He had that game won. He was 3-1 up. He had 2 of those legs where he had the advantage of throw. He had 6 darts from 25, hit the treble 20 and bust the shot, and then missed it. And then from there, he's just never really recovered. He's looked edgy at times. And Champions Week's different. You come to the Super Series, you look around, it's a great venue, it's a great environment, it's a great pathway. But on Champions Week, it's £25,000, and you're in a back room there with reputations. You know, he's not got experience like this where you walk into a room, oh, there's the WWF World Champion. Oh, there's the runner-up of the PDC World Championships. And everyone's got a title or a tag that you're very well aware of. And he goes in there and he doesn't have his title or his tag. So maybe felt a little bit out of place at times. And I'd like to see him just relax tomorrow and play the darts that he did the last time he was here.
But a great opportunity for him nonetheless, and a great learning experience, I suppose, nonetheless as well.
It is. The first thing is it's a very good learning experience. He's now what Matt says. He's been here before. He was in that practice room. He saw all those players, and the first match of the day that done him. He was playing so good, and he forgot to win that one, and that hold him down the whole session.
Well, let's have a look ahead to tonight's action here at the Super Series, because it's a double session day on this Thursday. We're going to see the arrivals of John O'Shea, Adam Gavlas and Jeff Smith to the mix. And Jeff, a player I know, Vincent, that you're looking forward to seeing over the course of the next couple of nights.
Oh yeah, definitely. I expect a lot from Jeff Smith. He's a very good player. He has so much experience. He's been a runner-up at Lakeside as well. So yeah, he knows what to do, and he knows how to play good darts.
Matt, can you tell me why Jurjen van der Velde is the 5-1 outsider of the 5 players tonight?
No. But with that, I would say that's surely value then, isn't it? Because he's played well in this Group A campaign. When you look at the players that we've seen this afternoon, Van der Velde was above those in the table and shown some really, really good moments. So it's a competitive field. I wouldn't be surprised if Derek Coulson is the favourite. I think that's why I expect to see. I expect to see that, and he is brilliant. Okay, but it's competitive in there. I mean, we sat here a year ago, and we looked ahead to players that was about to drop off the tour. And you said to me, who drops off of tour who you think will go and do really well? And I said Jeff Smith. I said this suits Jeff Smith's game altogether because he's got consistency and he can go up into those games and treat them as individual matches every single time rather than just getting into that sort of continuum. So I think Jeff Smith's going to be dangerous as well tonight. But if there's 5-1 on Van der Velde, it just shows that there's going to be a lot of value out there tonight. And just quickly, what else are you looking forward to tonight, Vincent?
Oh, of course, you want to see the new players and also Van der Velde and Coulson, how they go up with the status of the Group A. But I think Adam Gavlas, young guy, came on the scene and took a 2-card straight away, lost it now for the first time, and see how he is doing in finals. And this is a big moment in his career because he can learn from it, and he wants to get back on the tour. So it will be very interesting how he's doing tonight. Vincent, Matt, thank you very much. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. We're back, of course, tonight at 10 o'clock. But before that, you can see some more Super Series action. And we're going to talk about what's happened previously at Champions Week. And we're going to look back at the previous grand final between Sam Spivey and Jensen Walker. Then the live darts is back tonight from 10 p.m. Jess Smith, one of the names in action in Group B. Then next week, we're going to pause on the Super Series action. We're going to bring you the Rising Stars competition. Some of the best players between the ages of 16 and 21 will go head-to-head. That starts on Monday. And then, of course, Champions Night on Saturday night, where Andy Hamilton and Jimmy Van Schie are very much in play. 8 is great for them. We'll see you tonight. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
So receiving the trophy.
Games on the fourth line.
£25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuirk.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!